because, for two reasons. One, the amount of money, I don't think that $36,000 should ever be on a consent agenda. And second, it is actually ancillary to item number 8, and the backup between the two items is entwined. So I would like to move consent agenda item D to 8.5.
Anything else from the board? Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say, too, that I was going to say the same thing Ms. Parker said on moving its consent agenda item 20D, but I was also going to add in there, it will also avoid having the members of that committee stay around till the end of the meeting by moving it up.
okay. All those in favor of moving consent agenda item D up to 8.5 signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Anything from staff? Okay. Item number 3. Discussion possible decision to approve a proclamation for Miss Senior Golden Years USA Queens Court as ambassadors of Pahrump. I have the clerk read the proclamation at this time, please.
Yes, it's my honor to be able to read the proclamation. By virtue of the authority given to the Pahrump Town Board by the laws of the County of Nye and by the State of Nevada, whereas the Miss Senior Golden Years USA was founded for women who have reached the age of elegance and who want to give back to the community of Pahrump and who want to have fun. And whereas the Miss Senior Golden Years USA Queens and Queens Court have performed at many events throughout the southwestern United States and donated their time and proceeds from performances to community charitable organizations for needy seniors and families. And whereas the Miss Senior Golden Years USA Court represents the town of Pahrump whenever they perform in a manner to promote the well-being and quality of life we enjoy. And whereas the Pahrump Town Board supports the efforts put forth by Miss Senior Golden Years USA, now therefore we, the Town Board of the town of Pahrump, having met this 26th day of July 2011, do hereby proclaim the Miss Senior Golden Years USA Queens and Queens Court, and joining with the Nevada Silver Tappers, and be known as the ambassadors of Pahrump from this day forward.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we approve to proclaim Miss Senior Golden Years USA Queens Court as ambassadors of Pahrump.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? Any comment from staff? And I'll open this to public comment.
Can we have the Miss Senior Court?
Well, we need them to come down when we approve it to
Okay.
give them the.
I'm sorry.
So we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there's no opposed. Motion carries. Will you join me down front, please?
Mike, they had wanted to make someone else.
I'm coming.
That one's on.
Okay, I just want to thank the town board, and there's no way I can ever repair this town for what they. Oh, I can't hear me?
Not very well.
Oh, I got a big mouth. I mean, there's no way I can ever repay Pahrump for what it's done for me for the years that I lived. I'm going to cry. About 4 or 5 years ago, the Nevada Silver Tappers was greeted with this great honor. And now my Miss Senior Golden Years, who is always behind the Tappers. And we are working with the governor's office that our plans are that hopefully in October or thereabouts, that we will be going up there as your ambassadors and talking to them, let them know what the 60-year-olds are all about. And I just want you to know these girls are always out there working constantly. When you see our pageant and their platforms, they are working these platforms and doing for back to the community, which the community is so wonderful. I had the honor and privilege of doing the Miss Senior Nevada pageant for 9 years. But then I started looking in my own town and I says, you know, I need to give back to my town. That was the reason for my Miss Senior Golden Years, and I've never regretted one bit. They're marvelous girls, and thank you so very, very much. Our queen, our reigning queen, her platform is with the Hospice Hospital. So we're, yes, and our reigning queen is Vicki Glasgow. She's on vacation. And so standing in for her is Sandy. Where's Sandy? Our first runner-up. Hi. And want to introduce Mitzi Sears, our 2004 queen. Okay, where have I got here? Linda Turner, 2007. Am I right? 2007. Eileen DeCosta, 2008. Kathleen O'Connor, 2009. And Connie Alabam, 2010. Thank you, girls. And our Queen Court. Thank you so very, very much.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Very much. Well, it's an honor. Thank you.
For all you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Thank you so much, Carolyn.
Honor. Enough of you around. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to item number 4, announcements.
Announcements for July 26, 2011. Incorporation Advisory Board will meet on July 27th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board will meet on July 28th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Office Conference Room. Public Lands Advisory Board will meet on August 3rd at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council will meet on August 4th at 8 a.m. in the Town Annex. The Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board will meet on August 5th at 2 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Arena Advisory Board will meet on August 11th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board will meet on August 17th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. And the Veterans Memorial Advisory Board will meet on August 18th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. There's Pahrump Movie Night in the park. It'll continue every Saturday night through August 20th. Movies will be hosted at Ian Deutsch Memorial Park. This week's movie is scheduled to be the movie Narnia, and next week is scheduled as Secretariat. Us Too Prostate Cancer Support Group will meet on July 28th in the hospital training room from 6 p.m. The Nye County Sheriff's Office is sponsoring the Great Summer Program at Ian Deutsch Memorial Park, August 8th through the 12th. Pre-registration will be August 7th from noon until 4 p.m. The Breast Cancer Support Group will meet August 19th from 11 to 12:30 a.m., from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the Nathan Adelson Hospice. I don't think they're going to go 12 hours there, but 11, that's a correction, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Pahrump Valley Rough Riders will be holding an event on August 20th from 9 a.m. at the arena. And the Social Security Administration will be in the town annex on August 30th at 9 a.m. And please be advised that they usually finish up by noon, 1 o'clock at the latest. So if you're planning to meet with them, try to get there in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further announcements from the board? Ms. Parker?
Yes, the Community Center Task Force will be meeting on August 1st at the Town Hall at 7 p.m.
At the town hall
At the town office?
Mm-hmm.
office?
Town office. Mr. Calkin?
Yes, I'd like to announce that in this room this Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m., Commissioner Boraski is holding a community forum, and I'll be there, and the commissioner and other people. So if you have any questions about what's going on in our community, it'd be a good time to come.
Reasons.
There he is. 1 to 3. Okay, I'll change that. Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, sir. I'd like to comment on two things. On the movie night. Last Saturday night, I went by the park just to see about how many people were out there, and it was such a crowd. Really brings tears to your eyes to see so many young people, so many adults out enjoying the movie in the park. And also on the Prostate Cancer Support Group, it is a different location. I wanted to emphasize that. They're now meeting in the hospital training room at 6 p.m. instead of at the library. And they made it later for those people that could not make the 4 o'clock meeting. And they're saying again, come and bring a guest with you, male or female. It's a terrible disease, and everyone needs to know more about prostate cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any announcements from staff? Okay, public announcements. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Debbie DePreta, D-E, capital P-R-E-T-A. The announcement I have is the Nye County Democratic Party Central Committee will be holding their Jefferson Jackson dinner on Saturday, August 6th from 5:30 p.m. and dinner at 6:30 p.m. We will be having elected officials as well as candidates, Kate Marshall and others attend and give speeches. It will be held at Terrible's Lakeside Casino. And tickets are $30 each, or if you want to purchase a table, it's $240 a table of 8. There's a cash bar, door prizes, 50-50 raffle. If you're interested, please contact Cles Saunders. He's sitting in the back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Butch Harper, resident. I'd just like to announce that Smiles Across Pahrump event last Saturday came off well. There should have been another 100 children there, but for unforeseen circumstances, beyond my control and another person's control, they did not show up. Some did. Some won brand new bikes, and it sort of made their day. And I'm going to probably get beat up a little bit because of this, but if you look at my nose, I've taken a lot of punches, and I won't back down from nobody. The whole town board were contributors to this event, and there was many other people. And I just got T-shirts to the ones that didn't get a T-shirt. If I read this off, I'd be here another 20 minutes. But I'd like to see Mike and Sandra Darby, Scott Lewis, anybody from the Sheriff's Department, come on over here, please. Leon Riddell and Samuels, Harley, I don't have to say your last name, Mr. Calkins, get up here. Caroline, Bill Dolan, and Marilyn Maddox. Without their support, there's a dark side and a light side of everybody. And like I say, I've had, up until I was 36 years old, I had nothing but a dark side on me. You'd walk on the other side of the street if you saw me. Or you just sort of separated and say, oh, good morning, Mr. Harper, or whatever. But I sort of changed my my lifestyle around because of children. And I've been trying to do that ever since I was 36 years old. And that's where our Smiles Across Pahrump happened. I live here. While I'm here, I'll do the best I can for the children and the people that participated in here. They deserve all the credit that's due to them. And like I say, if somebody wants to come and punch me in the nose, there's a big parking lot out there. But I'm willing to stand up to anybody, and here I go again, you know. Children mean a lot to me. So I hope I give you the right size. I don't know, Mike. Mike's small. Are we talking about the physical aspect or the mental aspect of this man? Well, I didn't either. I just asked if that's what you were talking about. I don't know. I got large and medium, Mike. Okay. Well, I'll give you a small then. Then we'll just go around what we were talking about earlier, right, Bill?
Like
Okay.
it says for the children, I'd probably give it to my
These
grandmother.
are Miles Across Pahrump, and there's all the sponsors. It doesn't, you know, one person doesn't do this, or one big group doesn't do it. It takes a community, and this is your community. Some aren't here tonight. I still got to make my rounds, and I hope everybody can hear me because I am a big mouth. And so here's my logo in the back anyway. Patches put a smile on a child's face. I travel the nation with collages of patches, so I'll put a pitch in for that. If you got any patches, get them up to me. And I'll donate them to a children's hospital somewhere in the country this year.
Hey,
Mike?
You're just giving one to him so he can't say your 3 minutes are up.
Oh. Hey, this ain't public comment. Carolyn, we'll give you a medium, huh? I hope.
That's beautiful.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, huh?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Here's a guy that's getting beat up quite a bit. Was on one side of the table and now he's on the other, and he realized he couldn't do what he wanted to do. But, you know, he's got a good heart. And his name is Harley Calkins. And I'll stick up for this man or anybody on the town board, ex-members too, Mr. Dolan. And, you know, there's a dark side of the light side, everybody, so I just want to show the light side of each person. Oh, was that a child side? No. Okay. Senior moment, Harley. Oh, my goodness. We're going to have to give you a small, buddy. You're going to have to be like Mike. You know what I did? I grabbed the children's side. Oh, that'll work. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I already have one, sweetheart.
You do?
I do, thank you.
Oh, boy, you saved my life.
We so appreciate
You
what
got one,
do.
Bill?
Got one. Thanks, bud.
Okay. I don't know, here. I don't know what to give you, pal. Just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Come on, ladies. You deserve one, too. That's right. I'm going to give you one for your group. You know, this town's got a big heart that a lot of people don't know about. And I see it, because I deal with it. And I deal on both sides of the coin, dark and the light side. And these ladies here represent Pahrump, so I guess they also represent the children of our town. So I'd just like to give them a T-shirt also to hang on the wall or whatever you want to do. And ladies, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I sat next to you over there at the Mountain Falls.
Oh, for the dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
That's a large, you've got to bring it
What? Hey,
Let's see.
Mike, you got the large one? Or a small one?
That's a large.
You want to take this one? I'll get you a small one later? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Jeremy, you got one, right? And I don't need a speaker, as you know, and if anybody wants a button, I still got a bag left. Smiles Across Pahrump. And this is what this town is all about. And I don't like turning my backs to people, so I just want to, I get up front. I don't have a computer. All I got is a phone and a big mouth of mine. And there's another big mouth here, too, Steve Gibson, an auctioneer. So anyway, all I want to do is say thank you for the town of Pahrump and everybody that participated in it. And I can't say any more. The children need you. And when we get older, we're going to need our children to push us around in a wheelchair. So we just got to give an applause for our children, and give yourself an applause, because this is what this town is all about. So if you want to beat me up, you know, if you want, oh, Matt Lewis. I can't forget about the town and the Park and Ground Committee. I'll tell you, the fire departments, they cooled off a lot of hot bodies Saturday. And there you go, Matt. Thank you very much with you and your crew. I'm just going to tell you ladies, when you go to a wet t-shirt contest, wear something underneath the shirt, please. Because there was a lady that got out there and got wet, and a couple of children were going like this, and she looked down and whoop, she walked around like this until her shirt dried off. You know, so hopefully this can be done next year and the following year. And with the heart of this community, I know it can be done. So I'm going to leave because I don't feel too good right now. I'm a little tired. But I just had to do this before I go, because it takes more than my big mouth, 3 minutes to get her, you know, get what I'm trying to say across. I'm not an artistic speaker, as you know. But again, I want to say thank you to everybody in this room. Thank you to the town of Pahrump. Especially thank you to the children. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Still public comment?
Actually, this is announcements. Public comments is next.
Well,
But I don't see anybody else getting up for announcements, so we'll go ahead and move on to public
I'll
comment.
stick around. Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, Bill.
God bless you.
I got a few more. Anybody want one? You get one there?
Are you ready for me?
I'm ready.
Okay. My name is Richard Fenton, 10-year Pahrump resident and activist in Pahrump. One of the new projects that we have going, I thought I would introduce to you the town board and the people in the audience and the community. We meet every Friday morning at 7 o'clock for a Christian Men's Fellowship breakfast, and out of that has been birthed several different projects that we've done for the community and different things that we like to do. One of the projects that's been birthed about 2-3 weeks ago and is coming in December will be a video expo for children ages 8 through 18. And I'm notifying all the churches in Nye County to notify their youth groups to promote this. They will take one verse out of the Bible and make a video of it, whoever wants to enter. And the winner will receive at least $1,000 prize. And there will be four classes, first, second, third, and fourth, 1,000 and on down, money-wise. And we're working on getting donations and sponsors so that every child that enters will get some sort of a non-monetary gift of some sort. It's important that we bring our community together spiritually, I believe. And this is one way to do it with the children, to get them into a competition that they could work on from now until December when we show their films. And the people in the audience that see the films will be the judges. And we will put on seminars and workshops with professional filmmakers that have been in the business absolutely free for these children to go to, like on a Monday night at Homestead Cafe. So it's going to be a very exciting time coming up. I'm very proud and privileged to be a part of it. There are several of us, and I'm just one. I'm always in the forefront, as you know, because people say, Richard can do it, you do it. You get up there and talk to him. So I'm the one that's always out here telling you about things. But I appreciate your time, and I just wanted to bring this to your attention, and I'll bring more as time goes on, what's going on and how we're managing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Louis DeCanio, and I've been a Pahrump resident for more than 8 years. It's no secret that Pahrump and Nye County is going through an economic meltdown. Home foreclosures, bankruptcies, and unemployment are enormously high. We expect our local political leaders and high-priced public officials to bring new business and jobs to our community, but this does not seem to be their main focus. High-priced six-figure contracts for public employees are a disgrace and an insult to the taxpayers of Pahrump and Nye County. And to use the excuse that only a high salary and other benefits are necessary to attract quality employees is ridiculous, because with this economy, if we fired every public employee and cut the salaries in half, we would have more than enough qualified applicants to fill those positions. What we must do is eliminate all contracts for public employees who are not elected by the voters. How can we promise employees pay raises and bonuses when we don't know what the future holds? The vast majority of the working class Americans have never had a contract and couldn't receive retirement until age 62, and that was at a reduced rate. There's so much wasted dollars in every department that I couldn't possibly discuss those solutions in 3 minutes. Bringing in new business and livable wage jobs to Pahrump may not solve all the problems, but it'll be a good start. Many people, including myself, feel that the impact fees and bureaucracy associated with new businesses is hurting our local economy very badly. Even our local businesses won't expand due to these impact fees and bureaucracy. Recently, Nye County public official Rick Osborne defended the impact fees, but the facts are that Pahrump was growing and operating just fine prior to the impact fees, but has since plummeted since the impact fees were implemented. Let it also be noted that Mr. Osborne's six-figure salary is due to his contract and not his job performance. Even Mr. Tom Husted, the Valley Electric CEO, he defended impact fees, but he failed to mention he makes approximately $375,000 a year with salary and benefits, and this don't include other perks. And also, Commissioner Joan Easley stated she's not heard from a single developer who said impact fees drove them away from Pahrump. Yesterday, Monday, July 25th, 2011, Las Vegas Sun newspaper on page 8, the entire page shows a photo of Blue Oasis Pure Shrimp Farm, which is located in North Las Vegas. We not only lost 20 jobs, but also the tax revenue from the business and the construction jobs to build this facility. The shrimp company came to Pahrump first, but our impact fees and bureaucracy drove them away. I'm sure if we had a list of all the other new businesses that came to Pahrump and then went somewhere else, the stories would all involve impact fees and bureaucracy. To sum things up, get rid of contracts for all public employees and eliminate impact fees, and this town and county will get back on the right track. And lastly, the businessman is the solution to our problems, not the attorneys.
Thank you. Please.
Mr. Darby, Bill Dolan, Town of Pahrump resident, taxpayer. Mr. Darby, on June 3rd, 2011, you, Mrs. Parker, Mr. Kobarger, Ms. Maddox, and I held a meeting in a town office. You remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
During the meeting, we talked about the May 10th, 2011 town board meeting and items that took place during that night. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
During the meeting, you made a statement that TV 46 has you, meaning me, on video flipping off the audience as I walked out. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, I do.
During that meeting, at one point, during the meeting, I pointed out to you multiple outbursts from members of the audience starting at 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 20 seconds to 2 hours, 14 minutes, 35 seconds, most of which were from members you are beholden to who helped get you elected. Do you remember that, sir?
No.
You don't remember. Thank you, sir. I also mentioned to you that I was not questioning your ability to run and control a meeting. What I was questioning was the manner in which you used selective enforcement, as someone did during World War II, to achieve that goal. Do you remember me mentioning that to you, sir?
Yes, I do.
At the end of the meeting, you stated to all present and on tape that you and I both tape recorded that if you were found to be wrong on the accusations you made, you would apologize to me and rescind the letter you sent to me dated May 25th. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, I do.
I am now asking you from advice from my legal counsel, and after finding out you were in fact wrong after reviewing the TV 46 recording, to apologize and rescind the letter dated May 25th, 2011.
Sir, you may not have flipped off the person on camera, but at that meeting you testified that you and Miss Maddox walked out of this room hand in hand, when in fact the video shows that she's clearly 10 feet in front of you, and as you approached that corner you both turned around and pointed your fingers back at the audience, causing this meeting to be disrupted to the point where I had to stop it.
The meeting was where Mr. Irving got out of line, and Mr. Kohlbarger also reviewed that TV 46. I'm not sure if Ms. Parker went home and did or not. Granted, and I told Mr. Kohlbarger when I reviewed it that you're right, I was not holding her hand, but at no time did either one of us point a finger or flip anybody off.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
And as I told Mr. Kohlbarger, my ruling stands. That was just a warning letter. That was not a letter stating that from now on you can no longer attend meetings. It was to improve your attitude at these meetings.
There is nothing but your stubborn pride standing in the way. So what you're telling the residents of this town is you would rather this go to the lawyers and the courts to settle. Thank you. You have a good evening.
Thank you.
Kenny Bent, 11-year resident of Pahrump.
Back up a little bit, please.
I may be jumping the gun here a little bit. I'm kind of speaking on item 13, which is set for possible action regarding the Community Center Task Force.
Because that is an agenda item, you need to wait for that.
Well, we won't be able to speak on it unless it's a action item, is my understanding. I just want to say that I've applied for the Bob Rudd Advisory Board.
Hang on a minute, please. Let me
Why-
clarify.
Yeah, why is everything listed as possible?
Because that is the new wording from the OML, from the Ohio Municipal League, open meeting law. The legislators have deemed that it now should say for possible action, so we're following their guidelines.
Well, actually, all I want to do is say I'd like to be,
During number 13. During number 13, or the appropriate agenda item, but you can't speak right now, sir, and I'm stepping all over Mr. Darby's toes, and I apologize to Mr. Darby.
well, that's fine. I'm just fine. I'm just wondering, because it says possible action,
That's the
whether we'll
wording.
get to speak on it. I'd just like to be considered on that position. My resume is on file, and
Again, Mr.
Again, wait
Sir, it will be
till the
considered.
item's called, please.
okay, thanks.
Dean Brooks, Pahrump resident. I brought it to the attention of some of the board members last meeting about the term representative democracy in the first page of your agenda. Now, I'd like to see a show of hands of the board who agree with the pledge that you just stated tonight. Do you all agree with the pledge as it's stated?
Yeah.
Can I see a show of hands of the people that agree with the pledge? Ms. Parker, you don't agree?
I said the pledge because I agreed with it, but I don't feel that I need to be questioned on that.
I'm
Therefore,
questioning the board and the town manager on the statement of representative democracy on that first page. Democracy and republic are far removed from each other. We need to state what we are correctly and appropriately on your paperwork.
Well, I'm a U.S. citizen. That's all I can say.
So can we get that corrected? And not be trying to promote democracy in this group? That we are a republic?
We'll see what we can do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the advisory board reports. Anything from the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Colton?
No.
Ms. Sandusby?
No.
Dr. Waters?
No, I have nothing to say, but I know some of the members of the advisory board.
I call them next.
I will let the members of the advisory board speak.
Thank you.
Bill Dolan, Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board Recording Secretary. One of the issues that Dr. Waters wanted us to bring forward and just give you a little bit of briefing on is the columbarium project. It is very near and dear, and we should be coming back to you, I would think sometime in the next 4 meetings, to give you a complete presentation and to ask for your support.
My name's Jose Tellez, and I'm the one of the members of the Pahrump Veterans Memorial. And every time I get up here, I get nervous. And the reason I get nervous is because I'm not a public speaker. It'll be real nice if I accompany a Marines I can holler at, but it's a different story. This is worse than getting ready for a combat mission. Okay. Okay, the F4. The F4 project, we have already submitted all the paperwork. We've done everything possible to get it done and everything. And at the present time, the United States government has all the paperwork. And as soon as we get something back from them, we can go ahead and pursue this to get it put on our memorial. Housers. We received a communication from the Army telling us that we are still on board. We're still on the list, but nothing has moved to remove some of the artillery pieces from combat yet. So they're refurnishing them and sending them back. So that's why it's taking so long to do. That's since 2005, I believe. Like Bill said, the columbarium, we had really good meetings on the columbarium. I just couldn't believe it that a board could move so fast if they wanted to. But it's really going up there, and we will be having a presentation, like Bill said, in about four meetings.
Yeah, about 2 months.
About 2 months. And landscaping, we changed the landscaping on the columbariums for cost effectiveness, and we will be getting a drawing in our presentation where the town board can look at it, and as we speak on it, you can follow us, and then you will be able to know what we're talking about in a sense. In other words, make a little bit of a presentation that I know for sure that everybody on the town board would say, yes, we'll do it. Okay. We had a VFW official. What was his name? Anyway.
Wilbur's Senior Vice Commander.
Senior Vice Commander. And I would like to tell the town board and the audiences that the he told us this, that the VFW has a food bank for veterans. And if anybody knows about a veteran that needs help, send them to the VFW for food. A lot of us have that the veterans have, if they have a claim or they're getting money from the government, et cetera, that they're pretty well off where they're not. It all depends on their disability, and some of them are struggling out there, and I think this is awesome to have something for the veterans here. And again, I'm like the gentleman that spoke about the church. I'm with him. This is a very patriotic town, and it is really, really an honor to be involved with the Pahrump Veterans Memorial. Any questions? That Bill will answer them.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
I just would like to thank the Veterans Advisory Board, all of the advisory boards, for the amount of time and effort and the great job that they're doing and bringing to the town board.
Thank you.
Mr. Culkin?
Ditto.
Ms. Sandersby?
Yes, I had the honor of being in Washington, D.C., and I visited the various memorials, and I must say the memorial to the various services, and I don't remember the exact name of it, but it was just a heart feel to being there that I just knew that many of our representatives that came from Pahrump would appreciate that memorial. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I'd just like to say that, I'm very proud of all the volunteers on all of our advisory boards, and I'm just very pleased to be working with the Nuclear Waste and the Veterans Advisory Board. Very professional in everything they say and do. Thank you.
Thank you. One more thing that Endersby brought up is that the beautiful places in Washington, D.C. You're going to be surprised when we get through with ours. And at the present time, there's 5 veterans that donated 5 benches for the. Oh, there's another one. Hey, I've been busy.
Yes.
And they're beautiful benches, and Bill and I have seen them, and they are really, really nice. They've been donated by them, and we're going to have a little like a little ceremony when we get them and place them and everything. And Matt, poor Matt, he'll be placing them and getting them all ready and the whole bit for us to have our little ceremony. And with that, I don't have anything else to say unless Bill does.
Just one last thing. We would like to invite all veterans to come out and take part in the Veterans Advisory Board. All services, you're all welcome to come. We would cherish the input. There's a lot of work going on. And when the Senior Vice Commander, Wilbur from the VFW, came by, he was just astonished of how much and how many projects we had going on for the veterans. So we encourage you. Dr. Waters is our liaison, but of course anybody is welcome to come, and especially veterans. We'd like to see you there.
Well, I sincerely appreciate all your hard work. Thank you ever so much. Are there any other liaisons that would like to report? You're shaking your head no. You sure? All right. All right. Seeing none, we'll go on to discussion on Town of Pahrump Economic Development Report.
Mr. Darby, if it may?
Yes, please.
I'd like to have Mr. Balakwi come up and give a verbal presentation on Contour Entertainment. They were in town last week, and he's prepared a little verbal report for you, if it's okay with the board.
Very good. Any objection from the board? Ms. Parker?
It's a good idea.
Mr. Colgan? Ms. Ansby? Dr. Waters?
Looking forward to it. Mr. Al Balakwi, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Al Balakwi. I work for the town. I do the community business, economic development services, management, development, code enforcement, business licensing, trash enforcement, and I catch dogs on the weekends.
Don't forget donut
Yeah,
retrieval.
I do donut retrieval also, and I thank you for this opportunity. Contour Entertainment came to town to do their initial investigation visit, which was held on the 20th to the 24th of July, and they spent 3 days in Pahrump on their visit, and they spent 2 days in Las Vegas visiting just about everything there was to visit. They visited front site, both the wineries, which they were very impressed with, all the casinos, to include Lakeside and Nevada Treasures, the brothels, Spring Mountain Country Club, the motocross, Mountain Falls, the Johnny's Town site, looked at the around the area of the Johnny Mine, the potential at Johnny Frontier site, the Pahrump Raceway, the Pahrump Museum, potential Last Chance Park, to include all the town parks as well as our library. They became familiar with China Ranch, Ash Meadows, and just about everything else in between. They ate at a different establishment for each meal, and they do eat a lot. They held their cards close to their chest. I could tell you they were very impressed with the quality of many of the facilities toured and the potential of working collectively together. What was discovered, what they were surprised at, is again the high quality that does exist of some of these facilities in Pahrump, and how they all tended to develop independent of each other, and how they aren't collectively, or at least to what their awareness is of supporting each other and going forward. Although that desire was expressed and is there. The team met with various community leaders and organizations with the town as well as the county commissioners, county staff, town members, town staff. Their only disappointment, and the only reason I bring this up is because I think you're going to see it in their report, was they were unable to meet with anybody from the Tourism Advisory Board. They expressed a disinterest, and that was disappointing to them. I did have an opportunity to visit on the phone with Karen Spaulding. She had a previous engagement in which I am very grateful and was able to convey that information to her. Mr. John Turner from Proformer Advisors out of New York will be visiting on the 8th, 9th, and possibly the morning of the 10th of August. He was not able to be with them in this visit, so he's coming out to collect the statistical data, and John will also be meeting with numerous people that we had mentioned in the site. So here we go again, Sam. We hope that they will have an opportunity to visit with some of the Tourism Advisory Board, the chamber, your public officials here, as well as the county and its next visit. They will be visiting with the State Economic Development and Tourism Organization, and there's been an expressed interest in what they're doing and going forward in our community. That's about it. Again, repeating myself, they were rather tight-lipped. They feel that before they go ahead and say what they're going to recommend or go forward, they want to have all that information. They're planning, as I said, with John coming in on the 8th and 9th, and I think shortly after that, about a week, because John was saying it's a tight schedule, which I would think would be the 15th, somewhere in the 15th of August that week, they'll plan to have a teleconference, Bill, a teleconference with their initial information. They'll come out and share that with us, and if we stay on schedule, they should be presenting their report sometime around the middle of September. They'll come forward. Again, a lot of this helps, and I'm sure we will have the cooperation of with John, with the hotels, and visiting them. Again, looking to find some common ground where we could all collectively work together in a unit as what they go ahead and put forward there. And I'm open for any questions, not that I'd have any answers.
Ms. Parker?
I'd just like to say that when Dr. Waters and I had lunch with the group on Thursday, they were very enthusiastic about what they had seen so far. And to reiterate what Mr. Balakwi said, they were amazed at the high quality of some of the things that they had visited that morning.
Mr. Calkin.
Yes, I took them over to Tomasino's, and as we know that some of those people were former Disney employees, and well, all three of them were, not Don, but anyway, they commented on how the inside was really impressive to them. They actually said it was Disney quality work, and I got a new appreciation for things. Having been here a long time, I got kind of complacent with things, and getting to look through their eyes, so to speak, was a new awakening for me, and we really do have a lot of unique things in this community that we don't normally see in a lot of places. Without going into too much detail, one of the things that's disturbing to me is that naturally the town made a commitment, and we're hoping to get the maximum potential out of this project. And I would like to see some of these people that have been rather reluctant to get involved. If we're going to realize the maximum potential, then we need everybody's help and participation, and I hope that some attitudes will change. Thank you.
And I need to apologize. I had a really bad infection that half of my face swelled up, and wound up actually in the emergency room on Saturday, or over at urgent care, so I was unable to meet with them on Friday.
And I'm glad in that case we didn't meet with you.
I spent quite a few days just in bed.
Yeah.
Ms. Endesby.
Yes, how many came to visit?
Well, four of them came at this initial visit, and they all have a different area of expertise in which they contribute. John was not able to visit with them, and that's why he's coming on the 8th and 9th and leaving on the 10th.
And you said that visit was going to be for collection of the research and statistical?
Yes. John will, the team that primarily visited with us was, I'm going to label them, maybe incorrectly, was the creative team. And they were on down. The impression I got so far, and I'll be able to better answer that to you, Mrs. Hendersby, is after visiting with him, is that John actually works for a different company. He works for, as I said, Pro Forma Advisors out in New York City, which is, I understand, is a national or international company. When I spoke with him today, he was in Florida. They did want to come sooner. He wanted to come actually next Monday, but I wasn't able to arrange. The University of Nevada, Reno Extension Service is again interested, and they'll be working in conjunction with him, providing him that information on Southern Nevada and Pahrump, as well as some of the state officials who we've been in contact with want to visit with him too. So he'll be coming in there and then putting that together, whatever they decide to go forward with. And now I'm being assumptive, so I may have to take this back. But whatever they're going to go ahead and put together, they need to put it together in a fashion, in a manner that's recognized by an investment banker or somebody in that realm, and that's what I think John's expertise is.
Thank you. I wasn't able to be here. I hope I do have an opportunity to meet with some of the members of that delegation, because I would enjoy talking with them. One thing, though, that I'd like to suggest, and you probably are ahead of me on this already, but just because I sit on the master plan revision, the Pahrump Valley Master Plan revision, there is quite a bit of information there that would probably be helpful to them. Within the information is an employment by industry sector table, and it indicates quite clearly that the largest industries employing Pahrump residents, and the top one is arts, entertainment, recreation, accommodation, for food service industry. And so that just show, and then there's numbers of persons employed. And of course, this is 2010 material, but hopefully that can be updated if necessary, but that's pretty recent. So I just made me feel that we're on the right path here of looking at this, so thank you.
Ms. Enderby, I'd be interested where the information I did provide them initially, and more will be forthcoming, is from Dieter on what Pahrumps' makeup is, and that's something I had been working on for some time now, who our largest employees are and what sectors or classifications they are. So if at your leisure during the week, if I could just get with you and make sure that the information you have is similar to the, or if not, that's great, in addition to the information I've been providing, I'd be grateful, as well as anybody else, not just here, but in our community that has information to share. I would appreciate if they would provide it, and I would welcome that and pass that forward.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
Yes. Having met with them and having had a chance to talk to them, and then listening to your report, it appears that they are meeting their obligations. Are we meeting our obligations to them?
I would think that they would have liked to have seen more community participation. You know, and my response is I don't know what other people's schedules were, or if they weren't available, if they are, or if they don't think they could contribute. But they've done this numerous times, and when they say certain people from certain organizations they would like to listen to, that's important. And when there's not, it's not there. They met with people from the chamber. They would have liked to have met with more. Hopefully, again, putting John's time off, giving me additional week, I'll be able to make that meeting. They're not, no disrespect, they're not interested in necessarily meeting with the general public, but they are interested in meeting with the organizations, the advisory boards that are specific, you know, the Tourism Advisory Board, the Chamber. You know, I recommended Public Lands Advisory Board because of some of the projects that they have going on. You know what I mean? As well as the county. They had a good meeting with Pam Webster in the county, and a lot of information was exchanged, and a lot of cooperation coming forth, I think, from that meeting, which was really not surprising that I didn't expect it to go well, but how well it really did go, and how much was exchanged, and benefits that'll come from that.
Okay, thank you. I do have some other questions on the economic development report.
Mm-hmm.
Moving away from Contour. On company number 6.
Can I get my papers so
No.
I don't, okay, I won't remember.
No, you should be able to answer this without it.
Oh.
It's a company, and it just says Pahrump site escrow received tax incentives, and I'd just like to know who they received the tax incentives from.
Well, that was an easy one, thank you. From the state.
Okay.
That's the company that elected to come to Pahrump, and in their case, they are not asking for any type of incentives from the town or the county or the school district.
Okay.
They have come. They were successful. Actually, Mr. Kohlbarger was with me. That's the Nevada Commission for Economic Development.
Okay.
There was a public hearing on the 19th, I think it says there, where they went before. And actually, if I may, Dr. Waters, is that Lieutenant Governor Brian Kolicky said that this is exactly the type of company or business that the entire state organization is working towards bringing to Nevada. That was a pretty strong compliment he provided. I don't mean to be putting it in code. It's just I have limited space.
I understand. The other question I have is there an increase in companies that are now looking at Pahrump, in your estimation, just from the people you've been working with? Is there increase, about the same, fewer?
You know, actually, it's about the same, but they're more keepers.
Okay.
You know, I mean, the quality, you know, or the stickability is going. I mean, some of the companies there I've still been working with has been over 3 years, and some of them just come and go. There was another one that arrived Monday, and I met with him pretty much yesterday. That I met with back in January. Thought I had a really good relationship. Contacted them, shot him emails, never heard from him. Showed up Monday, and he said, "Here I am with my family, and the rest of it, we're spending a week here. It's my 27th anniversary with my wife. He's going to spend it in lovely Pahrump. I'm buying a facility here, and we're going to open up shop, and I'm committed." And it just you know, we went to lunch and I shared with him and we went forward. I mean, that just happened just like that. And they're not on the report, by the way, because they came in Monday. And the report was done like on Wednesday.
Okay, I had a couple other questions, but I think you've answered.
I'll be short, next one.
No, you've alluded to those, so I don't need to ask the question now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balfour.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
All right, item number 8, discussion possible decision to accept and approve 2011 Nevada Commission on Tourism Marketing grants to the town of Pahrump in the amount of $23,050, which require matching funds in the amount of $21,300 that will be obtained from the Tourism Room Tax Fund and all matters properly related thereto. There you are. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, you guys, I know what you've given, we've given you in your backup the spreadsheet that goes with this item agenda. And first of all, let me just say that we were quite fortunate. I know that I reported on this in one of my previous reports, but Pahrump was the only town in Nevada that received all the grants that we actually applied for through Nevada Commission on Tourism, so that was a really good thing. This entire sheet, pardon me? Kelly Buffy, Pahrump Tourism Advisory Board, Chairman. Phew, drag it out of me. Okay, so I just would like to say, though, on this particular sheet, what's kind of interesting about this and why we need these funds is that it's kind of, it encapsulates a package that the Tourism Board has been working on for years, actually. We know that we need a website, we know that we need a promotional video, we know that we need advertising and collateral, and that's all on this sheet right here. So if you look at your sheet, the grant, what was actually approved from NCOT is in column number C, and that adds up to that $23,050. We need to, those are matching grants, and so we need to actually match $21,300. And then in in column F, that is the additional funding that that we're requesting to complete every one of these projects. And again, it's an entire package to market the whole town of Pahrump. Any questions?
One that just jumps right off the top of my head, it says matching grant, but there's a $1,700.50 or $1,750 difference?
Which one are you looking at?
Just in the agenda item, it's $23.50, and the other, the funds to match it is $21.3.
Okay, that's because of it looks like on the first one, certified folder display, we were approved a grant of $22.50, but we need to match $500 of that.
Okay. Thank you.
And they do that, Nevada Commission on Tourism, when they do their grants, some of them, it's a complete match, and some of them, it's just, I don't know how they figure it out, but they tell us what we owe them through the match.
Okay, any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
Yes, some of the items we'll talk about being in a directory or a page in a magazine. I understand, how that gets done, but like take A, it says a folder display in California and so on. Could you explain how they get wherever they get, and where is the distance?
It's a contract that we have that they're delivered to those welcome centers. I will tell you this, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all items that previously were handled by the Chamber of Commerce. The Tourism Board just took them over this year, and so what we're going to be doing for this year is to kind of look at these things and working with the business community also in some of these ads to see if they're actually driving business to Pahrump by placing codes in the actual advertisements for them to ask and then report back to us if we're getting business from that. So this year, since it's our first year to actually Tourism Board take these particular ones over, 1 through 4, those are ones that we'll very much be tracking. But that one that you're talking about, the certified folder, it's a business that we have a contract with, that they deliver those materials to the welcome centers. And it says in here where it is, the Yucca Valley, Southern Nevada, kind of along the interstates.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Endersby?
Yes, I appreciate the Tourism Board's expertise and willingness as volunteers to take on this task. This task is something that I know people get paid good bucks to do, and you do it for free and you do it well. And the evaluation I know that's going to come out of your taking this over, I think is going to be very valuable too. So I just wanted to thank you for looking at this and your willingness to take it on as a package, because it's the way that you really need to put it together instead of piecemeal. So I
Yes,
think
thank
that
you.
is important. Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, and looking over it, I agree with what's been said, and it does look like everything is very good. But in looking at your chart that you gave us, items, I guess column C and D should add up to E. And if you look at that, it is, even though it doesn't change what we're doing, it looks like it should be 44,350 instead of 44,450.
You're right, that would probably be an error.
Okay. But other than that, the
Because
fact
you're
that
right,
we're-
those
we're
two
dealing
columns
with
should
20
add up.
The fact that we're dealing with 21,300, it doesn't change anything for us.
Correct.
So other than that, it looks very good.
Anything from staff?
I'd just like to compliment the PTCC and Arlette Ledbetter, who's been the full-time staff that's been assisting the PTCC. I think they're really taking it to the next level, and Arlette's helping a lot. Kelly and Karen and the whole board's doing a phenomenal job. I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you. And Arlette really has propelled us forward on this. Thank goodness.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to accept and approve 7 2011 Nevada Commission on Tourism marketing grants to the town of Pahrump in the amount of $23,050, which require matching funds in the amount of $21,300 that will be obtained from the Tourism Room Tax Fund.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion from the board? We'll open this to public comment.
I do have one question on this, because we did address the matching funds, but I know that we moved item 20D up to incorporate this page right here, and that actually is for
Column F.
Column F, that is the additional funding we need to complete all these projects, which is $36,050.
Yeah, but we're going to handle that as a separate item, as 8.5.
Right after this.
8.5, okay, gotcha.
So, again, we'll open this to public comment.
Hi, Carl Sinski, Ski. First question is, does this include the video production? This approval will approve the video production?
No,
Because it looks
that's-
like it's all put together into one package. And
That's
with
the next
approval,
agenda item.
okay, so this approval includes which items exactly?
May I answer that?
Please.
Okay, item number 7 is, these are for grants only. It's just, it would be approving using those funds should that project go forward. And it's up to that amount. So
Okay,
it's
great.
not approving the
Could-
video, it's approving the funds.
Could you show him the spreadsheet that you have?
No, I've got the spreadsheet. I was
Okay.
just a little confused. Does this include both the awarding of the contract for the brochures and the video production?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, seeing no one else for public comment, is there any further discussion from the board? With that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor to accept and approve 7 2011 Nevada Commission on Tourism Marketing Grants to the town of Pahrump in the amount of $23,050, which require matching funds in the amount of $21,300 that will be obtained from the Tourism Room Tax Fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, aye or nay. Motion carries 4-1. That brings us to item 8.5, which is consent agenda item D, approval of awarding a grant to the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council Advisory Board in the amount not to exceed $36,050 from the Tourism Room Tax Fund for supplemental funding to implement the Nevada Commission on Tourism Marketing Projects. Okay,
Yeah, the reason this, Mr. Darby, if I may, the reason this was on the consent agenda item was that we're asking for a grant from ourselves for ourselves. So the advisory board is asking for a grant from the town. They're part of us. That's why I put it on a consent agenda item. I mean, it's our money. They work for us. They volunteer for us. That's why it was on the consent agenda.
I do believe at one point in time we had an issue about anything over, I believe it was your discretionary spending amount to be pulled from the consent agenda and brought forward to the regular agenda items.
Yeah, but you guys had many discussions on that, and you basically then stated after a while to put everything back on the consent agenda item for money. And again, this is a grant we're giving ourselves. It's not going to somebody else like me or a private citizen or a group. It's, okay, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, your time's up.
So that's why it was on the consent agenda. Again, it's us giving ourselves a grant with our own money.
Any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
Yes, I'd like to compliment you on putting everything on one form, which is why I wanted to bring it off of the consent agenda and put it at 8.5, because what you're requesting is column F. And column C is the amount of money that NCOT is giving us. Column D is the amount that we have to provide to match the NCOT grant, and we've already voted on that. Column E happens to be the total of the first two columns, and column F is the additional cost that it's going to, we're going to incur to do these projects beyond the NCOT grant and our matching grant.
That's correct.
I just wanted to explain that.
Mr. Calkin?
I was just curious, as an example, it says $31,000 for the tourism website. Who has the final say-so in accepting the tourism website? I just wanted to clarify that.
It's going to come back before us.
Okay.
You have to do an RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hendersby?
No questions.
Dr. Waters?
Nothing.
Anything from staff?
No, sir.
Then I will entertain a motion.
I would like to move that we approve awarding a grant to the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council Advisory Board in an amount not to exceed $36,050 from the Tourism Room Tax Fund for supplemental funding to implement the Nevada Commission on Tourism Marketing Projects.
I second that.
Give it to him.
Okay, we'll open that up to public discussion.
George Gingell. Just one question. Is there any money left to get that $21,300 out of the tourism room tax after you pay the snake oil salesman? That's all.
Thank you.
I do believe we can ask Mr. Kobarger, but there is adequate funding.
I don't think that warrants a comment. Seeing that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
I'm just a little confused. You just voted for
State your name, please.
Class Saunders, and it's just a question.
Turn on the microphone.
Hey, I'm Class Saunders, and it's just a question. You just approved 23,000, is my understanding, and And now we're looking to approve an additional 36,000?
Right.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, because I was just a little confused. I didn't know if it was the difference between the 23 and the 36, okay, that we was going for.
What we've got here, if I may explain it simply, is what we've got is three sources of funds. The 23,000 is coming from the state. The 21,000 is required to match that state money, and then the 36,000 is what additional we need to accomplish our goals on these 7 items.
Okay, and the other 36,000 is all coming from us?
Yes,
No.
yes, out of the room tax.
No, it's coming from room tax.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving awarding a grant to the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council Advisory Board in the amount not to exceed $36,050 from the Tourism Room Tax Fund for supplemental funding to implement the Nevada Commission on Tourism Marketing Projects. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stay put.
Item number 9, discussion possible decision to approve the recommendation from the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council Advisory Board to award an RFP 2011-01 Pahrump promotional video to M Creative Group in the amount not to exceed $11,105. Hello.
Do I need to state my name again?
Yes.
Okay, Kelly Buffy. I'm the chairperson of the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council.
James Horton, also with the Tourism Advisory Board.
And we have Nora McCall that's going to come up here too, reluctantly, I think. Do you know, just to give you guys a little bit, let me move. How this whole idea came about, I know that I spoke about it a few times in some of my reports, but when some of our members attended the Quartzsite RV trade show this past year, it became very evident that we needed a promotional video. What we were looking for and what we thought that we could get is, or what the initial idea was to have something that could stream behind us on a large screen, that as people walked by, that it would catch their eye and would bring them to our booth so that we could tell them about wonderful Pahrump. So the folks from our board that did attend that trade show came back to our board meeting and told us about it. And in our discussion, we decided it was very exciting because we realized through discussion that we could use a promotional video in a multitude of ways to promote the town of Pahrump in a very positive light, in just a ton of ways, which I know I've spoken with you guys about before. Just a reminder of what our mission is for the Tourism Board is our only mission, we are single-focused, is to bring tourism to Pahrump, to increase the tourism, both domestic and foreign, to the town of Pahrump. And we needed to find a company that could professionally and adequately deliver an end product that would help us meet that particular goal, this single-minded goal that we have. So that's our mission, but our focus for this particular job was to set out an RFP, and because we gathered many proposals, as you know, and because we have the single-focused idea, we were able to put together a committee that could look very unbiased and objectively through all of these proposals. So we put together a selection committee that consisted of 5 people, 2 of our board members, 1 Pahrump citizen, and a town office staff person. So I would like to tell you that this committee is by far so much more experience than we've ever had in the past. This selection committee was. 2 of our committee members worked over 10 years in advertising and marketing for one of Nevada's leading advertising agencies. One of them currently holds a senior position. One of our committee selection members has many years of experience as a producer and director of several TV commercials, promotional videos, TV series pilots, and also packaged a $30 million full-length movie. Our selection committee has extensive experience in creative and technical aspects of film and video production that includes screenwriting, cinematography, sound, lighting, and editing. So I'm sure that we can agree that we put together a subcommittee, a selection committee that has specific experience with this, that their working knowledge, they have the ability to apply these skills to envision the product that we truly need to make an informed decision and to bring forward their best choice. The selection committee chose M Creative Group for their superior visuals, their professionalism, and their outstanding presentation. They provided a proposal that was thorough and complete. They gave us a variety of options and choices, and their demo disc was a complete representation of skills needed for this particular promotional video. Again, our only mission is to increase tourism in Pahrump. Again, our focus for this project was to find a company that could professionally and adequately meet that need. We found that with M Creative Group. For this reason, the entire board jumped on board and supports and highly recommends M Creative Group to produce the promotional video. Now, we put together the very best selection committee so that we could bring forward to you the very best recommendation. We understand, though, that we're an advisory board. We understand that you, as the town board members, have the ultimate and final decision. We, as a tourism board, are just very much wanting to move forward on this project. We're very much wanting a supreme end product. But we understand with your decision, hopefully we can move forward with that. And if you have any questions, these two right here are the ones that are going to answer, because I know when I'm out of my league.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I'm really in a quandary because I feel like we need to listen to the advisory boards. You have more expertise than we do, but I also have a strong desire to spend our money locally. And I don't know if it would be fair to ask you why Channel 41 was not selected, because if it's fair to ask you that, I'd sure like an answer, because I've been asked that myself, and I don't have an answer, not being involved with the subcommittee.
Basically, I'd like to say that we did not, I'm sorry, my name is Nora McCall. I am a resident of Pahrump. That's McCall, M-C-C-A-L-L. We didn't have a bias. We basically went with the professional presentation that was given to us as far as the RFP was concerned. M gave us various options, various costs. They gave us kind of like a bio of what their company was about. They had editors, they had writers. In other words, they put a full package together with their written proposal. And on top of that, viewing their promotional video, kind of had the technology, the expertise. You have to remember that today, when you're putting something together, you hold an audience for X amount of seconds. If you don't pop, if you don't get it right away, you lose your audience. This video will be viewed in Europe because we have visitors that come from France, they come from Canada. They may not understand the language, but they understand pictures. And you have to grab their attention immediately. So in looking at his actual video, it was one of the best that we saw. I'm not going to sit up basically and say, this didn't have this and this person didn't have that. But all I can do is tell you the criteria that we were looking at in order to base our decision. Does that help?
If I may, I'll add that to a little, as I'm sure most of you know.
Your name?
James Horton, H-O-R-T-O-N. we did have several bids that were in the range of $100,000, $200,000. And for this type of production still isn't necessarily a lot of money for particular, this type of production value. One of the things that we did see in the M company is a belief that they can deliver a production value that far exceeds what they're charging. Maybe 70,000, maybe 80,000. If anybody's worked in the film business, you probably heard the term many times before and sometimes overused, production value. What does it look like you spent on a commercial or a TV show or a movie? In this case, we really don't believe that it will look like something that was shot for roughly $15,000. Based on their expertise and the creativity that we saw in their overall presentation, I wouldn't be surprised if it looked more like a $100,000 production between the three pieces, the longer piece and the 60-second and the 30-second. Thank you.
I would like to add, just to share with you some of the discussion that we had in our board meeting when this was presented to us. First of all, I think that you need to understand, and getting back to your basic question, you need to understand that when you put a selection committee together, it's with a very specific purpose, and they were charged with that very specific purpose. They went line by line what the RFP, what we were specifically looking for, and then because, like I said before, it's very easy to, when you are not looking at individuals, but looking at criteria, it's much easier to make the right decision. And they knew going in that they couldn't consider, they had to go in unbiased, and they couldn't consider where companies came from. They had to consider what was presented to them, and in a very, again, I keep using that word, but I can't overstress it enough, and in a very unbiased way to look at these proposals. They had to look at criteria. And again, our main focus, I wish that I could say the Pahrump Tourism mission is to use all local companies and local individuals, but our mission is to drive tourism to Pahrump, and in doing that, we need to have products that are superior in order to drive tourism to Pahrump. They looked at criteria, not individuals or companies.
Anything further, Ms. Parker? Mr. Calkin?
Yes, I appreciate the hard work that you put in and everything, and I'm listening to what you have to say, and I'm finding some concern. You said you had 15 proposals, and they went as high as 200,000, as low as 6,000, excuse me. So 200 down to 6. In my business mind, I'm thinking that something was amiss here in regards to what you were asking these people. Apparently there's a great disparity in interpretation of what they were being asked to do for us, and I don't know what your RFP said or anything, because it's not in here. And well, maybe I missed it. Okay, but I just don't understand how we can have such a disparity in proposed cost. I'd like to hear what the other board members have to say, but I'd like to see this come back and maybe get a little more information of why the disparity exists here. I mean, that's just amazing, really. 200,000 down to 6, and I can appreciate you guys narrowing it down a little bit, but I would like to at least have, you have 4 choices that you narrowed it down to. I'd like to see
several pages.
I'd like to see where the item is agendized down to not just one choice, but maybe multiple choices where we can make a determination. That's what I'd like to see it come back in a couple of weeks with that. Because I'd like to do a little more research on this. Something doesn't seem right here to have that disparity in the proposed cost to do this.
I would respond to that by saying that these companies that are putting in proposals based on an RFP, these are professional companies that understand their own business. And when the RFP is written so specific as this is, and it's in your backup for you to look at, then that's a good question. Why didn't they do it? That would be a question to each individual company, but the essence of this is when a company, and you know this probably being a business owner, when you are a company and you are fighting for a job, you look at the criteria that's given to you, you put your very best foot forward, you supply a package that sells yourself. So if a company didn't do that, well then shame on them, but I don't know that it needs to continue. I don't think that we need to babysit or handhold them to get them to meet the criteria of the RFP that was given to them. How that range of prices, it's again up to them as what they're going to quote us. So that would not really be a question for the board. That's a question for those individuals. These are professional companies that were asked to put their best professional foot forward.
Well, like, I'm sure they all did. Everybody's anxious to get business these days, and like I said, but the bottom line is the disparity in the amount that they proposed it would cost. I mean, something is wrong here. And I don't know if it'd be appropriate enough, but if Vern wants to come over here and talk, he told me that that he was asked to propose a video at a cost less than what we're looking here to approve. So and he seems to have misunderstood something or whatever. So I'm wondering if these other people did. You know, that it just doesn't make sense to me. If they all understood the thing the same, then the proposal should be relatively close in price, but they're not. I mean, that's unbelievable. 200,000 or 6,000? Something just doesn't seem right to me.
When you put an RFP together and put the criteria down, those individual companies actually gave us truthful answers as to what they thought the cost that they could come at, that they could come to in order to fulfill what we were asking. So if they didn't think they could do it at $10,000, then they were honest and told us that they couldn't do it at $10,000, they could do it at $100,000. That's how the proposals go forward, and the companies respond with what they feel they could fulfill the criteria with, the cost that they could fill the criteria with.
And I don't know all the companies you dealt with, and I understand business, and I would understand that some people purposely would give you a real high price because maybe they do big projects and didn't want to do something like this. Maybe they consider small or whatever.
You got it. That's
I understand that, but I don't know. Anyway, I pass.
Thank you. No, I actually, I believe that we all received the same phone call, and actually the statement that was left on my voicemail was that he was told the cap was $7,500. So I can't imagine the quality of work that he could, that Channel 41 could have produced if he was told that it was an unlimited budget. And leaving the final say to the town board, it would be nice to view the videos that you brought down to the final force, so that if we're the ones to make the final decision, that we could view the products also. And again, that's one of the main things that we were pushing for, that we pushed for in purchasing the vehicle for the town manager, was to purchase local. So it's like that is something that we were stressing. Ms. Henderson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that as I attended your last Tourism Advisory Council meeting, and Mrs. Parker did invite everybody to come to that meeting because you were going to go over in specifics this proposal and what you were thinking about and ask for comments. So I think there was an opportunity to see and hear why, what the process was and why you were moving in the direction you were moving in. And you did show a video of a select group, but the other thing that I noted when I attended that meeting is that you that sit on that council have a lot of knowledge that we normally wouldn't have. So my viewing that video was something that didn't probably give me the ability to judge as you did. But also I know that each one of you, most of the people on that board, are either owners of businesses in town or work for businesses in town. So I know you have that feel for the importance of the discussion that was held about either giving local or buying local. But as I understand my desire for the advisory boards, it's to ask you for your expertise in helping us understand what's really the best decision or options. So I'd like to give you my appreciation for the efforts that you did. And I know that the special committee that looked at this spent their own personal time reviewing this. So I do know we had a chance to ask our questions and be there. But I have no further questions because I did attend that, so thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Yes. I wholeheartedly support the volunteers on our advisory boards. And you have the expertise, and that's one of the reasons we come to you and want you to advise us so that we can make, I guess, an intelligent decision. I guess I am also very strongly in favor of looking locally, no matter what the situation. When we say we're unbiased, I am very biased in favor of local businesses, and we should always look there first. And I'm asked that question, no matter what we vote on, I'm asked the question, did you look locally? And so that's why I have to always ask that question. When we look at the company you recommend and the companies that you did not recommend, if we were looking at it on a, say, 1 to 10 point basis, did this company receive a 10 and the other companies receive a 2 or a 9? We have no way of knowing. We don't know how far ahead of everybody else this company was, and we need to make a decision. Is there any way that you can tell us how far ahead this company was over the companies you did not choose? Or is there any way you can provide that information to us?
Mr. Darby, before they answer that question, may I?
I believe we have a comment from staff.
Yeah, before they answer that question, there's a legal question that the attorney brought up. We need to request, and it's going to upset some people, but we need to request that this be tabled until the next town board meeting because we need to check out the legality of an issue that was brought up. And we just need to do that. So we're asking for this item. We're asking the town board to please table this until Brett can look into the issue at hand.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
What's the issue?
Mr. Calkin?
I wanted to ask, would that prohibit making a motion to bring it back with these 4 choices?
No, Mr. Culkin, it would not.
Okay. With that, then I would make a motion to bring this back at the next town board meeting. Is that enough time? And with these 4 companies that they narrowed it down to for us to consider, and I would ask that if they have any videos or whatever from these 4 companies, that maybe we could see them or something.
And I'd like to apologize to the PTCC because I know you guys did some great work on this. We just got to check something out, and we have to do our due diligence, and I apologize to you guys.
I would like to respond, though. When you say that you always want to look local, we did look local. So just to respond, of course we did. We didn't separate out anyone. Of course we did.
Okay, let me
Could I get a
respond to that
second to the
quickly
motion,
because,
please?
again, I understand when you say you want to be unbiased.
I need a second to the motion so we can have further discussion.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Waters?
We have a second, okay. I just wanted to say that when we talk about looking local, I'm always, again, I'm biased in favor of local businesses. So I would, and somehow, if there's a way of giving additional credit to local businesses over out of town businesses, again, biased, unbiased, I say we should be biased in favor of local businesses. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table this until the next meeting, bringing back these 4 for further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-1.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's no public comment.
No, when an item's tabled, no. Item number 10, discussion possible decision to approve staff to place a request for proposal, RFP, in the local and regional newspapers for the design, development, and maintenance of a tourism website and all matters properly related thereto.
Oh.
Hello again.
I know, I'm still here. Okay. It really should come, Kelly Buffy, Prump Tourism and Convention Council Chairperson.
Thank you.
It really should come to as no surprise that we come before you looking for an RFP for our website, since we've been talking about it for so many months, and I've reported about it in so many of our quarterly reports. I will tell you that what we, the Tourism Council, is so very much excited for, first of all, when we first started this, like I say, we started months and months and months ago, and then we got our grant money through Nevada Commission on Tourism. We were just on that cusp that I kept telling you guys about, that we're ready to jump off, and just about that time, the heavens opened, and we had the business community come forward, and they have been so supportive and offered their services. I wish all of them, could they stand up? You guys, all of you guys, stand up. All of you. Look at all of them.
Jeremy, can you bend down a little bit so we can see it?
Is that the most fantastic thing ever? So when we were at that very point in our timeline, when we were ready to start thinking about the specifications for our website, what we wanted in it, the content, just kind of barely starting that discussion, this group right here came forward, and we met with them, and it kind of became, well, it did become a very much collaborative joint effort with this business community to get together this website and get all of their ideas. And they have spent countless hours and time and energy putting together specifications for our website, offering to give us some content for that website, and we truly couldn't be at this point right now that we are without their help, and I'm very, 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 very thankful to them. Thank you. Now, I'm going to let James speak, because it seems like I do all the talking.
James Horton again, Prump Tourism and Convention Council. As Kelly did mention, we were fortunate the way everything worked out from a timing perspective. We were pretty much right on the verge of embarking on this project, and the business community as a whole got involved. They actually organized several meetings, and where they were able to organize their thoughts and ideas and come to us with a pretty clear set of concepts and ideas that they wanted to embrace as we moved forward with this particular project. After the Tourism Council met last month, or just earlier this month, we formed a committee to refine those specifications. We formed a committee to refine those specifications, and we actually further involved the business community that had taken the initiative thus far. So we took our own ideas and that of the business community as a whole, and melded them all together, and that's what you have before you today insofar as the tentative specifications for this particular project.
Those have been included in your backup. And what is extremely important for a website that's separate, I know I've talked about that before, but separate than the Town of Prump's website, is we know that we need a place that we can direct people that are looking to the Town of Prump that have never been here. Our businesses need a place that they can direct their potential clients and their potential visitors to their properties. We need something that we can put on our collateral that will drive these people to look at Prump in a more positive way. Something that can be very, very intensive, and it could give those, for instance, when you are thinking about coming to Pahrump, you want to know what attractions it has, you want to know what facilities it has, accommodations, you want to know where you can eat. And on top of that, as you know, we're kind of putting Pahrump out there as the premier RV destination hub, where not only will we be looking at places in Pahrump to showcase, but now we're going to give these guests that come to this website the day trip itineraries and give them a planning tool to plan those day trips. And so anybody looking anywhere worldwide at this website would be able to see, and you know that we have a lot of foreign visitors, and we have a lot of visitors coming from surrounding states. It's just going to drive the business to Pahrump.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
I don't have questions so much as a statement, and I want to bring up the fact again that when we went to Quartzsite, after we went to Quartzsite, the page count on the town website just went up like crazy for a while. And they were able to find out when we have our meetings and what the minutes were last month and the bylaws for the advisory boards. There's all kinds of things they could find on the town website, but there really wasn't anything that was tourism related. And that's what the tourism board is aiming to fix.
Thank you. Mr. Colkin?
Mr. Chairman, we just got through approving spending money for a website, so it seems kind of natural that we should go out with an RFP. So in the interest of saving time tonight, because we have a pretty good agenda here, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to advertise in local and regional newspapers a request for proposal for the design, development, and maintenance of a tourism website and all matters properly related thereto.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comment, Ms. Endersby?
Yes, when I sat at that meeting, I was also impressed. I'm not a real technology wizard, but I know that the up-and-coming thing for anybody with any kind of smartphone or iPhone or iPad or whatever it is that they carry around is attached to their very presence of wherever they're going, whatever they're doing. And with those devices, as I understand, you're going to be connecting. There's a connectivity process that's going to be put into place with the website. Is that not correct? Where they'll be able to, through, is it a Bluetooth type of operation where they'll be able to, Wi-Fi, is it, connect somehow? Maybe Mr. Horton can elaborate on that, because I think that's an exciting thing that will really get people to stop here, because that's one of our whole problems is people pass through on their way to or from and don't stop.
You're absolutely right, Ms. Endersby. It's exactly what we're trying to capture, not only with this particular project on the website, but maybe I'm too far away now, but with the videos also. The world is becoming so increasingly mobile. Everybody is tied to their device. This particular website, like just about any other, you can view from your iPad, you can view from your phone, as long as you have some type of internet access, whether it's Wi-Fi or otherwise. And so many of the applications that are coming out, Foursquare, for example, that are GPS oriented, specific to a certain location, we're trying to get a little ahead of the curve instead of consistently being behind the curve with this particular initiative and the video and everything that really ties into the entire package of promoting tourism to Pahrump, and not only doing so, but doing it in a first-class way. You could spend $3,000 on a website, you could spend 10 times that. It all depends on what it is you're trying to attract. In my opinion, if you're going to do it right, do it first class, and let's see if we can significantly change the tourism picture here in town to the benefit of the community as a whole.
And with that, I know with the Twitter that just got started by staff, that that can generate stops on the website and clicks or whatever they count, because that will go out all the time, perhaps with comments of attaching or going to the website, so.
Social media is huge.
huge,
And
yeah.
that's a whole other thing that we're looking at and going to participate in.
Dr. Waters.
Yes, I just have a question. Are we talking about a totally separate web site? Or are we talking about a link from the Pahrump website? Or a combination of both, or either?
It's going to be a totally separate website, sir. It will be linked to our website. There will be a link on our website to it, but it will be a totally separate website. And the reason why we're doing it is, again, tourism is big. Our website is designed to be a local government website. It's easy to navigate, has a lot of information, as Mrs. Parker stated. Ours is a local government. They want a tourism. Staff's fully supporting.
So it'll be a link both ways? Okay.
I guess there's no further comment from staff.
We support you so heartily, Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. We'll open this up to public comment. Don't go too far in case you have to answer questions.
Yes, I'm Louis DeCanio, a Pahrump resident, and I am totally in favor of bringing tourists to Pahrump and Nye County. Tourist dollars are the best dollars. They come here, they spend their money, have a good time, they go home, they tell people what a great time they had. It's a great idea, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse. And I've spoken to the town board and the county commissioners about this. We can't bring tourists here if we can't accommodate them. We need these hotels and these casinos to expand. We got to give them incentives to expand their room capacities, to put swimming pools in, to put movie theaters in and stuff. But we can't pound them into the ground with impact fees and bureaucracy. You're talking about bringing all these tourists here, and I think that's a great idea. What happens when they come here and we can't take care of them? We've got to be able to accommodate them. And in order to accommodate them, we have to give some of our local businesses the opportunity to expand to accommodate them. Like I said, the tourist dollar is the best dollar. They spend it here, they tell their friends what a great time they had, and we don't have to take care of all their problems, all their children, their schools, and everything else. But we have to be able to accommodate them. In order to accommodate them, you go to the hotels and the casino owners and say, listen, if you're willing to expand to accommodate this influx of tourists that we're trying to bring here, these are the incentives we're going to give you. Work with them. Don't pound them into the ground. Believe me, if you work with the local businesses, it'll help us all. It'll create jobs and bring in more tax revenue, too. It helps us all. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Class Saunders, I'm looking at the criteria these here that's listed. These are common sense criteria. But my whole thing is, I don't see why we can't add pages to Pahrump Town Board website. When we say Pahrump is a local, their website is local, that don't mean nothing, because when you go on the internet, you all over the world. So it ain't local. All you need to do is add some pages on the Pahrump Town Board website called tourism. You know, you don't have to do a whole separate, website. Plus the fact, a lot of these things that's asked in these criteria, you already see on the website. Chamber of Commerce calendar and things like that, they're already there. You know, anybody can go to it. But I think it's just a waste of money and time to do a whole new website when you can just start add pages called tourism, because it's going to be all over the world anyway, because when you go on the web, it's all over the world. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens. I think that this tourism board is probably the best thing we got in this town. And they're not magicians. This town should back them up 100%. You've been doing pretty good so far. And I sure agree with Louis over there. He got a brain. Some of the people on the town board has got a brain and some don't. The theme park thing, that's the stupidest thing you ever
Mr.
done.
Stevens?
Sorry about that, Mike. Trying to say something here, and I know what I'm trying to say, and I can't. What I'm trying to say is, I know these people in that board. I've been over there a couple of times. They're honest. You may not think so, but I know they're honest. I know them. More honest than some of the people on this town board.
Mr. Stevens.
Say what?
Dave, stick to the point, please.
I am. I thought somebody said something over there.
That was me.
Huh?
That was me.
Oh, sorry about that, Mike. I fell down and wrecked my brains here the other day, so I'm not talking too good here. But you've got to start listening to these people. They've got sense. They've got brains. They're much more professional than you people ever thought of being. That guy with that long hair there, pretty smart guy, I'd say. Yeah, Mike, you got a little long hair there. You're doing pretty good.
It's getting warm enough to cut it off again.
Huh?
It's getting warm enough to cut it off.
Getting warm enough. You know, I'm going to get me a baldy. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is they're honest people. They're good people. I know them, and I highly recommend them. Much more than I would some of the other people in this town, I'll tell you.
Thank you, Dave.
You're very welcome. Okay, you can have that. Can I get that minutes back, Mrs. Hennessy? Seconds. Goodbye. Thank you. Go ahead, Chuck.
Butch Clendon, resident of Prump. I think good advertisement is good business, and it's going to bring business to this town. But the board has just set up a criteria that they're asking these advisory committees that they don't have any guidelines for. You have asked the boards, and this is not just this board, but any board, to take into account local businesses and looking at them. And I think to leave that open-ended that way is a disservice to these advisory committees. I think this board needs to put together the requirements that you've just set forth to take into local businesses. You just said they need to do it. You need to tell them how much. So are you going to ask them to ask for bids from local businesses and take that as a criteria? If there's only one business, then we're going to take in 5 others, and we're not going to count that as a separate or give him extra points. If there's 3 businesses that are owned by the same people, are we going to look at them as separate businesses and we're going to give it to the local business because they're local? You've set down a guidelines, a requirement with no guidelines for the advisory boards. And I think it's a disservice to these boards at this point, because I believe what they set forward was straightforward. They gave it to every business. Every business had the same paperwork. They had the ability to ask the same questions. They came to an educated decision by putting a well-rounded, educated committee together, and they brought this to the board, and you've asked them to take into account specialties for local businesses without a criteria for these boards to set up. This board needs to set up their criteria for these advisory committees to operate under if that's what we're going to do. And that's all I got to say. I think it's simple. And you made it difficult.
Thank you.
Katrine Romanoff.
Pahrump resident, it's so interesting to hear the various angles of comments on this, and I don't have anything really prepared, but from the first thing, when the theme park came up, I thought, we're a town for retired people. A lot of people come here, even snowbirds are elderly people coming here. The tourists, many of the tourists that come through are literally coming through. The bus stops and they get some crackers and apples, and then they go on to Death Valley. And I don't know why anyone would come to Pahrump. They like to gamble, yeah. No, great, the winery I love, and now we have a second one. But it seems to me the theme park should be for seniors. It should be the best lakeside RV kind of a thing on a great big scale for seniors and tourists, and to come to where a lot of them, I see a lot of them, snowbirds like coming here. And, but I'm not in favor of a theme park where
Ms.
children and
Romanoff,
rides.
we're talking about a website for tourism.
I know, a website, only a website?
Yeah, that's all we're discussing is the tourism website.
Okay, well, if you want me to be specific about a website, I think we should only have one and then have, stretch it out, but one is enough. I don't know how many people look for more Pahrump in other places. Sorry.
Thank
you. Kenny Bent, I'd like to expand on what Butch Glendinning was talking about. When I first came over and started bidding public works as a general engineering contractor in '97, the state of Nevada is set up where unless you've been here for 5 years, you have to be 5% low. That's the standard procedure as far as the state goes. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily good or bad, but that is the procedure that the state goes to give preferential to Nevada contractors. And also, one other thought on that, as far as the website goes, is that no matter where the page is at, I don't care if we put it on the back or wherever, it's the search engine and how you set it up for people to find when they do a query, they find their way to where you're looking at. That's the key thing, more so than the site that it's actually on. Other than that, they do a good job of putting the pages up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Marilyn Maddox. I've been a resident of Pahrump for 17 years. I've also been a real estate agent. Too close? I'm too close, Mike? Okay.
Thank you.
I've been a resident of Pahrump for 17 years. I've been a real estate agent for over 16 years here. Seen the town go from 12,000 people to almost 40,000 people. And we need a website for tourism so that people know what is here. And it doesn't just help the tourist people, it helps real estate agents who are suffering greatly right now, as many of you know, which helps all the other businesses here when people come here. But people need to know what's here. When Harley and I came here, we had no clue what was here, did we, Harley? So, we need the website. We do need a separate website for tourism. We also need the theme park. We need, what was the other thing we were just talking about? My brain has gone somewhere else. Must be the white hair, but, we need these things here. And I know the tourism people have put in a lot of hours on this, way more than you guys have as a group, no doubt. You really need to listen to them and consider their expertise, and because I know they've worked hard on it. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Mike Weeks. I am Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Spring Mountain Motorsports Ranch and Club Spring Mountain. And I was actually an active part of a lot of the meetings that took place amongst the business owners from this town. And a couple of the comments that I've heard so far just are very disturbing to me, because this is actually my background. This is where I come from. I am not a resident of Pahrump. I have actually been brought in by the owner of Spring Mountain Motorsports from Orange County, and I commute here every week. I work out at the racetrack 5 days a week. And I feel very, very strongly about this. This is absolutely something that this town needs. We, as a business, obviously bring in a lot of people from not only other states, but also from different regions around the world. We are a world-class destination, and we will continue to do what we have to do to keep our business thriving. But one of the main concerns as we were discussing this whole project was the fact that when you do a search on the internet, as most of us probably have in this room, the information that you get from the internet is not information that sheds a positive light on this town and on this community. And that is the biggest reason why the businesses have come together and are requesting this, is because we're going to continue to put money into this town. We're going to continue to grow our businesses, and we're going to continue to do everything we can in order to provide a positive outlook on this community. But we're asking for assistance from the community as well. It is something that needs to be separated. As the gentleman stated earlier about the search engine optimization, he is absolutely correct. But I think as you guys see in the proposal, that this is something that is all-encompassing. This isn't just for the website. This is for the website. This is for the maintenance. This is for the marketing. And this is all in an attempt to basically shed the negative image that the town of Pahrump has. And to basically start highlighting all the positive that Pahrump has to offer. And Spring Mountain is definitely a big advocate of that. Like I said before, we are going to continue to do what we have to do to improve our business and to continue bringing people to this town. But we would definitely like to see some assistance from the town in order to help shed some of the negativity that we get a lot of from bringing in our own, our own tourists and our own people that come to our facility. When they're doing their research on our town, because they're coming out to the racetrack, it's not positive. And that was our biggest concern, is that when we're talking to our customers and we're talking to our people, is that we can direct them someplace that will highlight other positive things that are going on in the community, restaurants, other businesses, places to stay, not the negativity that I think you're all aware of what I'm speaking of. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Abraham. I'm Vice President of Marketing for Golden Gaming. We own the Pahrump Nugget. And I too was involved in putting together the business community side of working with the Pahrump Tourism Board. So first I want to thank the Tourism Board for allowing the local businesses here to contribute to this effort. And it's a significant amount of businesses. Front Sight, Spring Mountain, the 3 casinos, Terribles, Saddle West, the Pahrump Nugget, various RV parks, Preferred RV, and others, the golf course, William Lyon Homes, all of which sat in these meetings and discussed this. So I just want to give you the idea that the business community here in Pahrump stands firmly behind this project. And just to reiterate a little bit of what's been said, but add a separate light onto it, the town of Pahrump is competing. Make no mistake, they compete with Death Valley, they compete with Mesquite, Laughlin, Prim, Las Vegas. They're competing for tourism dollars. And most of the tourism-based sites in the country have a tourism-based website. Visit Pahrump.com, as we've called, but you can go to Visit Mesquite, you can go to Laughlin, and they are set up for when a tourist or potential tourist lays their eyes on the website, they see inviting things such as all of the uniqueness that Pahrump has to offer. These businesses I've just outlined makes Pahrump one of the most unique communities in the country, hands down. And for an RVer, for a vacationer, for a motor enthusiast, a gun enthusiast, Pahrump's the place to be. And if they can easily find a place where they can see where to stay and what the community has to offer, everyone in the community is going to benefit. And I believe, as the one person mentioned, from a real estate perspective, the better it looks, the more people want to invest their businesses here. And the town will prosper from that as well. So, in closing, I just wanted to help educate the board here of the community businesses that did contribute to this, and thank again the Pahrump Tourism Council for allowing us to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
may I ask a question? You heard a comment earlier about the lack of hotel rooms. Is there anything you could enlighten us
Absolutely.
about on that?
Absolutely.
What would it take to get more hotel rooms?
It would take more demand for rooms. A website would actually be putting, someone said something about putting the cart before the horse. It would actually allow, if we were sold out every night, the decision to build more rooms would be a lot easier than struggling to fill rooms on certain times of day, certain times of the week, summer, things of that nature. So as our occupancy and rates go up, that new hotel tower, that new movie theater becomes more attractive an investment for investment dollars because you're more sure the return's going to be there. So this website, we think, is the first step to helping us, as, you know, speaking selfishly as, you know, Golden Gaming goes, as improving the business to the point where that's an easier decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Linda Kemper, William Lyon Homes, last name Kemper. That's also Mountain Falls LLC, Mountain Falls Golf Course. And I needn't to remind everyone in this room the huge commitment that my company has made to Pahrump, both with its past actions, its present actions, and as well future actions. And I wanted to ditto what the two previous speakers said and add our concerns and state how very, very important, perhaps even critical, this website can be to our advertising and success efforts here. I might say that we spend a good deal of money advertising outside of this state, and when our prospects look into our website, they're not satisfied with enough information about Pahrump and need something, need an adjunct, need a tourism website to go to see what else can they do when they come to visit us to patronize our businesses. And clearly there is an added advantage, not just to tourism, but clearly we advertise for in-migration for people to purchase our homes here in our master plan community. And I think that the website that illustrates a sophisticated website, a state-of-the-art website that's exciting and demonstrates this town in a positive way and makes people interested to come and visit to see what it has to offer, and also shows them some of the other things they can do while they're visiting here looking for a home, is a very, very positive statement for the growth and success of this community. And again, I want to thank the board for listening to us, and I also want to thank the Tourism Council, for the Advisory Council, for inviting us, getting us together, and helping us to make our voice heard to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carl Ski from Nevada Public Auction. I want to take a little bit of a different twist into this. We meet back up. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a big corporation. I don't have massive numbers to say, but on numbers, I do have some numbers for you. One, let me explain something. With this right here, I can sit here and I can book hotel rooms. I can see what the weather is in Pahrump. A year ago, I bought one of these and I threw it away because I couldn't figure out how to use it. So it's amazing the things you can do, including look at the website. If you would like some numbers, you know, everyone else has talked about how important a website is. We were one of the first companies to step on board with online live webcast auctions. We conducted a large firearm auction at the Pahrump Nugget. The catalog, once we released the catalog, and the catalog was published online, in a 3-day period, we had over 95,000 views of that catalog. That represented every possible state in the United States. What that meant was, and because we had the ability to link the Pahrump Nugget onto that website and that catalog, when they clicked on there, the first thing they see that the auction's being conducted in Pahrump. The second thing, they see the Nugget, they can book a room off the Nugget, they can bid on the guns, and it's all right there in front of them. About a year ago, we did the estate of Liberace's last house in Vegas. Fox 5 News broadcast a day before well, I'm sorry, 2 days before the auction. We almost set a record on Fox 5 News. Fox 5 made us link our catalog through their website, a little trick that they have, so everybody goes to Fox 5. Give or take 5 or 10, they had almost 225,000 hits on that website. You know, look at sheer numbers. Personally, I think they're under budget. Every single penny that you could spend on this website will return to you 1,000-fold. You know, I fought the internet for a long time. I fought technology. You know, now at the Liberace auction, we had roughly 475 people all over the United States attend that auction in real time that could hear the auction going on over the internet, through the website, through the catalog. You know, we did the Michael Jackson, same thing. You know, and you could go on and on and on. The value, it's unbelievable. And there's so many little branches that go out from it. I wholeheartedly agree that this needs to be a dedicated, stand-by-itself website. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Mr. Kohlberger, if you could, please, the RFP itself, the advertisement for it, is it also coming out of the tourism room tax?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. All right, any further comments from the board? Ms. Parker? Mr. Calkin?
No.
Ms. Andersby?
I did want to respond because I've heard this before as far as the senior population, that we're a senior community. And when I looked at the 2010 census for Pahrump, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know even though our senior population has grown, it's under 20%, and it's grown because of the baby boomers that have populated all parts of the country. But with that, the 18 to 55-year-old is the largest population here in Pahrump. So we have that population that's technology-minded and bring friends and relatives in to visit, and they're the ones that are going to spread the word about Pahrump if they have the good words to spread. So it is important. And I did want to clarify that we aren't really a senior population. We have a good mix of ages. Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving staff to place a request for proposal in local and regional newspapers for the design, development, and maintenance of a tourism website and all matters properly related thereto, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Motion carries 5-0. With that, at the board's indulgence, I'd like to call for a 10-minute recess. Need to get up. Yeah, you got a forklift?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about the tourism board. They refused to meet. I didn't even know you didn't even
like to get the members of the board to come back up here, please. We'd like to get this meeting back to order. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We're at item number 11, discussion possible decision to approve a 2-year contract, July 1st, 2011 to June 30th, 2013, between the Town of Pahrump and the International Association of Firefighters Union, IAFF, and all matters properly related thereto. Mr. Kohlbarger.
How are we doing tonight? That good, huh?
Wonderful.
I just lost my page. Hey, there I am. We bring to you tonight a 2-year contract that took roughly 4.5 months to negotiate, a lot of give and take. The key points on behalf of the town that I'd like to point out was that the freeze of the 4% step increase for only 2012, hiring freeze of the Lieutenant Non-Line Training and Compliance Coordinator for fiscal year 2012, no contractual raises for the duration of the 2-year contract. Salary increases will be set by the town board if the town board decides to give a raise, if the economy makes a rebound, and no layoffs for fiscal year 2012, which was one of the goals that myself, town attorney, and the staff had. We really wanted to get the concessions that we needed to make sure that the budget fell in line, and then we can guarantee that, or pretty much guarantee that no one loses their job, and that was a very, very strong point for us. Just to let you know that in this, Mr. Sullivan put together the numbers for me today. The savings to the town of Pahrump that the union agreed to comes out to just a little bit over $229,000. So this contract is saving the town's budget $229,000 by giving up the 4% step and the no contractual raises and the hiring freeze of the Lieutenant Non-Line Training and Compliance Coordinator for fiscal year 2012, which we feel is very positive. Also, one other quick thing. I know we wanted to talk possibly overtime issue in what we did last year is, two of you know wholeheartedly, Mrs. Parker and Chairman Darby, that I created a 8-man rule with the assistance of Brett Maish of our town attorney's program, or department, not program. We implemented that program for roughly 7 months and then lost it in arbitration, where the arbitrator says, well, you know, it's a good program, however, we feel that you must negotiate it in the future, so therefore you have to stop it until you negotiate, and that was fine because it didn't cost us a dime, but in the process we saved a little over $170,000. So staff, with this negotiation of this contract, the overtime issue, in the last fiscal year we've saved almost $400,000 to the budget on doing little things like that. I know there's a lot of questions. I'll be glad to answer them. There is a representative from the union here if you'd like to speak to that individual, but again, Mr. Maish and I can answer all questions hopefully you have.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Parker?
No, this is pretty straightforward. It's the same contract as before with the changes you mentioned, so I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Colgan?
Well, when I read this contract, it was rather disturbing, to say the least. And this is one of those deals where I don't like hearing no for an answer about changing it, but the bottom line, I guess, is this. Due to legal concerns, we've already spent $10,000 in legal coming to this point. If we were to try to fight this thing, we would go back to not saving $200,000, which is about 50% of the overtime that we're spending, so we've cut the overtime in half. And then we'd end up, so we'd be back to spending that 200,000 plus who knows how much money in legal fees, and this would drag on and at the old way. So I guess we're kind of between the proverbial rock and a hard place for a little bit, and I guess at this point we'll have to wait for 2 years and see what we can do when we have a better opportunity to overhaul this thing that it obviously needs.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, I'm not
Microphone.
sure. Sorry, thank you. I'm not sure who would answer this, if it's the union representative, but it's a question regarding the hiring freeze for the lieutenant training and compliance coordinator. So does that mean that there is no training and compliance coordinator?
That's exactly what it means.
I see a nod from
That's exactly what it means.
Chief Lewis back
Mr.
there.
Darby.
Can somebody speak to that then? How can you have no training for what is needed?
I believe that Mr. Kohlberger can answer that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
In looking at it and discussing it, the training and compliance coordinator, the stuff that individual does is going to have to be picked up by the individual themselves. And that's the individual firefighter or firewoman, firefighter. Just like, it's their position, they must maintain their certifications, they're going to have to follow through. They want the position, they're going to have to follow through with maintaining their own certificates instead of relying on somebody else to track stuff down for them. Unfortunately, it works out. Everybody else has to do it, and we felt it was good. They agreed to it, and we're happy with it.
May I then ask, you said everybody else is doing it. Did you get a norm from other departments that this is happening throughout the country?
No, what I mean is that all the other employees in the town are following up with their own certificates and certifications if they have any. It's up to each and every individual employee to follow up to ensure that they're brought up to the standards where they're supposed to be. Like certificates for paramedics, certificates for intermediate. My own self, I have a International City Managers Association credentialed manager. I must get 40 hours of CEUs every year and then write a report at the end of the year in December, submit it to the ICMA, and hopefully that they approve it, and I keep my credentialing.
Well, I appreciate your efforts in doing that, but I'm not going to put my life in your hands and make sure that I feel comfortable that there's training behind that person and the ability that person has to give the needed fire and safety measures. So I've been connected with fire departments because I've had people in the family that have been firefighters, so I know the importance of training. I'm just shocked that we're not having training, and I can see compliance, because compliance can be part of somebody else's staff position, but I'm still trying to comprehend, does that mean there's no training that's going to be going on with our firefighters?
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Can I ask Mr. Lewis to come down, or Chief Lewis to come down and
Yes,
explain
please.
this? As far as training?
Yes.
The training is still going to continue.
Can I hear from Chief Lewis? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Scott Lewis, Fire Chief. There's a lot of different areas we're discussing during this conversation. The first is there's training conducted every day. We have a curriculum that we follow that's been established for years now, so we keep track of that. When we're talking, I think what the town manager is trying to explain is when there's individual certifications such as paramedic renewals or EMT intermediate recertifications, they ultimately have the responsibility, since they're the possessors of that certification. On the flip side of that, the fire department still has to maintain the records of the training, because we have other requirements such as OSHA. Right. We have the individual third-party federal agencies that come in and conduct reviews of us to make sure that our training's in line with the type of processes and services that we provide. So all those responsibilities, in the absence of a training coordinator, has fallen upon my shoulders to make sure that all those records are maintained, they're kept in the appropriate places, the signature for the attendance at such training is completed. Does that help explain a little bit better?
Well, still, I want to, I guess I'm asking to be assured that we are having training going on. The compliance, I understand, that
Yes.
somebody could track that, and if it falls on you, regretfully, because I know you have a 24/7 job already, but if it's necessary, because we need to come to an agreement under negotiations, and that's part of it, I can see that, but I just want to be assured, and I want our citizens to feel that we are continuing to have a trained fire rescue service.
Yes. The answer to that question is yes. There's ongoing daily training. There's quarterly requirements for such things as hazmat, pump operations, driver training, those issues we talked during the last town board meeting. They're an ongoing process. It's more the record-keeping mechanism right now and the coordination of those activities that's been jeopardized as a result of the freezing of that position. So again, that has come upon my shoulders to maintain those particular areas, to make sure that anybody that comes in and says, show me your training records for driver operations or anything else, that I can present those in a timely and complete fashion.
Thank you. But I also know that in the backup, we get your reports, and that our department has been commended for the ability to give those reports out, and that they're done in a way that recognizes that we have a good department.
Yes.
So again, I know just on a rating and to have the insurance rating, I'm not sure what it all is, but.
The ISO and
The
such.
ISO, right. That's important. They need that record keep.
It's actually a very important component for everyone's insurance ratings who owns property within the town. Absolutely, whether it be commercial or residential applications. It's extremely important, and that's why we had the position to begin with. But given the budgetary constraints and the other issues we've been talking about, we're trying to come up with those ways to cement those positions to serve you on a daily basis every time someone has a medical emergency or a motor vehicle accident. So through the town manager, myself, and a couple other, I decided just to take that responsibility for now, and hopefully we can revisit it as soon as possible.
So it's an as soon as possible, and.
I think it comes down to a budget issue. I think that would be a fair statement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Chief Lewis.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Every time I look at anything, negotiations with the unions, I always cringe, and I've had to do that for many years in the Air Force in dealing with civilians and dealing with unions. It's always adversarial. It normally is adversarial. And in this case, for them to come together and come up with a 2-year contract that they both agreed to, and I know there were some disagreements, but overall agreement, I find that it's very heartening, and I feel very comfortable with that. I also look at the fact it took them 4.5 months to come up with this two-year contract. And not only that, but in January of next year, and we're not talking a long time away, they have to start negotiating again for the long-term contract. Again, it's something I guess I would not want to have to do again. And to see that our fire department, our union, our town manager, I don't think they look forward to having to do this, but they do it. And I think they came up with something that's palatable for everyone. I've read the contract. It's something I did for many years in the Air Force contract negotiations. Never enjoyed it, but it's always something that we have to do. And that's where we are. So it's a 2-year contract. I know it was some give and take on both sides. I wish our national government would take heed with that and try to work together. So I'm just going to say that I think it's a job well done for the town manager, for the union, fire chief, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, I will entertain a motion then. Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll come up with the one. I move that we approve a 2-year contract, July 1st 2011 to June 30th, 2013, between the Town of Pahrump and the International Association of Firefighters Union, the IAFF, and all matters properly related thereto.
And I second that motion.
Okay, any further comments from the board? Any comments from staff?
No. Yeah, I would actually like to thank the union for coming to the table and making the concessions that they did. As Dr. Waters eloquently stated, it can be an adversarial time, but it was a good negotiations. It's never pleasant, but it was a good negotiations. The union stepped up. They did what they were supposed to do, and I really feel that the union needs to be applauded at this time.
And with that, we'll open it up to public comment. No public comment? All right, we'll call for a vote. We have a motion to approve a 2-year contract from July 1, 2011 to June 30th, 2013 between the Town of Pahrump and the International Association of Firefighters Union, IAFF, and all matters properly related thereto. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1. All right, item number 12, discussion possible decision to either terminate or extend by 3 months a lease with option to purchase agreement with Groponics Nevada LLC / Water Lily Ranch and all matters properly related thereto. I believe there was a comment from staff.
Yes, sir. At this time, staff recommends that this contract be terminated.
Any comments by the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
I would agree with staff's recommendation, as I think we already went through this before, and I don't see anything in the backup here to even consider extending this. He just tells us what a great idea he has, but he hasn't actually initiated a single solitary thing to my knowledge, and nothing has changed. I would encourage him, if he actually is going to do something, that he just restart the whole thing and come before this board and start all over. But I think we need to put an end to this once and for all.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
No comment.
Dr. Waters?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been stated, and the backup has been stated by the newspapers and so on, that last time we had this up before the town board, the vote was 4-1. And I was asked if I would still vote that way or if I had a change of heart. And I just want everyone to know that when I voted for it before, my comment was I wanted the legal process to have a chance to work itself out. We allowed that to happen. The legal process has worked itself out. So there was a requirement on the part of the party then to take some type of action, and he chose not to, or obviously did nothing. So there was no way I could vote for another extension. But there was something else he wrote in one of his messages, and I'd like to go ahead and say that he did talk about maybe downsizing and maybe going to another area. And on something like that, I would suggest he comes back to the board with something on that. But as far as the one on the Kellogg property, I think I would go along with staff on that.
Okay, and we've already had our staff comment, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to terminate the agreement.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, but let me amend it, and I would like it to say that we terminate the lease with option to purchase with Groponics Nevada LLC / Water Lily Ranch and all matters properly related thereto. And ask Mr. Culkin if he would.
So amended.
Okay, I'll second it.
Any further discussion from the board? Any comment from staff?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Waters?
I would like to hear that motion again, please.
The motion is to terminate the lease/purpose option agreement with Groponics Nevada LLC/Water Lily Ranch and all matters properly related thereto.
I heard the amended part, and I still don't quite understand it.
I added on to it because the original motion wasn't specific enough.
Okay.
Yeah, my motion was just to terminate the agreement, and then her amendment was
Okay.
to spell out what the agreement was.
Okay. Now, staff, you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think that summarizes it. I was just going to answer Dr. Waters' question and say we need this to include both Groponics Nevada and Water Lily Ranch because Groponics Nevada and Water Lily Ranch have not executed the assignment, as you've probably seen in the backup, which we approved as to form months and months ago. So it's one more reason why this should be terminated.
Thank you. And with that, we'll open this up to public comment.
George Gingell again. I just want to congratulate you for making a decision for something you haven't done in very much in the past, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens, I too want to congratulate you people. For one time you used your brains. That shouldn't have never come on here in the first place. That property's our property. And they shouldn't have never put that on there. I don't know how it got on there. Mrs. Parker put it on there, I know.
No.
She was one of them.
Dave.
I'm sorry. I got to give somebody a bad time. Yeah, I come down here loaded for bear, and I had nothing, no bear to shoot on this thing. Thank you. That was a good decision. You're finally catching on.
Thank you, Dave.
Butch Clendenin, resident of Pahrump. I think it's a good decision, but I don't think we need to put out that we don't want Mr. Kashandi to come back in some entity and do business here in Pahrump. And I think the town and the town board and the members and the public should welcome him to come in and deal with local realtors and buy property and go forward with this project as a private business should do. But I think this town and the town board needs to do their research for the future to get into the land business. If we're going to get into the land business, we need to do it for the best for the people of this town. And it needs to be open to the public and to the board and to the people in Nye County. So I think we need to absolutely welcome Mr. Kashani to come back and deal with realtors in this town, buy property, buy water rights that are available in this town for any business that wants to come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. The motion is to terminate the lease with option to purchase agreement with Groponics Nevada LLC/Water Lily Ranch and all matters properly related thereto. Everybody, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 13, discussion possible decision to appoint members to the Community Center Task Force and all matters properly related thereto. Let me catch up here. This is you,
That's me.
Ms. Parker?
And Harley. We had a lot of really good applications for this board, and as a result, I spoke to Mr. Kobarger on this, and he said that we could structure this pretty much any way we wanted to. So what I would like to do is be a liaison to this board, a non-voting member, to open up another spot for somebody far more qualified in the construction area than I am. And so I would recommend that we appoint Mr. Anderson, who is a director, past 10 years, maintenance, build, repair, install, expand, it goes on and on. Ms. Beeman, Cheryl Beeman, 20 years of land use planning, 10 years experience in Nye County. Mr. Kenneth Bent has a Class A Nevada engineering contractor. Mr. Boraski has 3 pages of information on his construction experience. Mr. Clendenin, Butch Clendenin, 30 years construction, background 5 years as foreman, 15 years repair foreman, and it goes on. Michael Mack. This isn't in everybody's backup because it was inadvertently left out, but he has 20 years of diverse background in the energy industry, past 12 years, a relationship with PWPS, wholly owned subsidiary of United Technology. He goes on and on about his experience in the solar area. And so I would recommend that in fact, I will make a motion to this effect, that we accept Edgar Anderson, Cheryl Beeman, that's 2, Kenneth Bent, Andrew Boraski, Michael Mack. And I miss Butch Clendenin here. As members of the Community Center Task Force, and then as the 2 alternates, Mr. Bill Oram, who has no information at all as to why we would want him, why he would want to be on the board, and Mr. Jones, Sam Jones, who has been in construction for 35 years but does not have an email address. And because the report and a lot of the information we have is in electronic form, I would recommend that he be also an alternate. So should I make a motion, or would you all like to discuss it?
I thought you were making a motion. Was that it? Was that everybody on here except
That's
for Mr.
everybody. No, I've got Butch too. Let me go through it again. Recommend Edgar Anderson.
Would you care to just shorten it up and say that you'll recommend everybody that's on the agenda item to be members?
No, because there's 2 that I would like to put in as alternates.
With those 2 as alternates?
Yes, yeah, so Mr. Anderson, Mr. Bent, Mr. Boraski, we'll do last names. How's that?
Okay.
Mr. Clendenin, Mr. Mack, and Harley also would be a voting member. And as alternates, Mr. Jones and Mr. Oram.
I'll second that motion.
Trying to keep it very simple here.
Okay. Any further comments from the board? Mr. Culkin?
Looks like a good board we're putting together.
No bias there. Ms. Huntersby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Parker, if you could clarify your reason again for stepping away and being a...
Because I would rather work as a liaison and make room for another one of these great candidates who have experience in the construction, the maintenance, engineering, solar, etc. Because I have no expertise in those areas. So this will allow one more qualified person on the board.
Then I understand that. Then it seems to me then the process that would need to be taken, the procedure would be to convene the task force, amend your charter, because as you are chartered now, you have the requirement under the charter to have two board members as.
Well, I spoke to Mr. Kohlbarger, and he said that we could structure it as a liaison rather than a voting member. And I see no reason why.
It's specific in the charter.
Well, I see no reason why I should be a voting member. I would be a detriment to the board compared to these candidates who have expertise.
You're asking, Mr. Kohlbarger, did you ask the question, it was the charter that established the task force and the specifications for the.
If I remember correctly, it was stated that Mr. Culkin and I would be involved. I do not remember it specifying that we had to be voting members.
Mr. Darby, if I may.
If we had two members of the board on there and one as a liaison and open it up to where the criteria required two board members to be voting members, then you would have a quorum. So I believe that what Ms. Parker is suggesting is actually a better procedure for it, because that way we have a liaison. Is that?
I'm not questioning the procedure. I'm just stating that at this point, I don't see that that could be changed, because that would take the task force to convene, change that requirement, and then. Can I ask what legal is advising to all of us, please?
We don't understand
Mr.
what charter
Kohlbarger.
you're speaking of, because when this was approved, it was approved as a task force to move forth with Mr. Calkin and Mrs. Parker put on it, and that they were going to run it. I don't remember creating any bylaws or bringing those bylaws back to the town board.
Oh, yes. No, they were in, I introduced it and I put it together, so I know it is a document that was approved. So,
I'm at a loss. Can any of the other board members remember the bylaws being approved? I just thought it was the creation of a task force with Mr. Calkin and
it
Mrs.
wasn't
Parker
bylaws,
sit
it
on
was
it.
a charter.
Mr. Darby?
Yeah, but I thought that it was just a, come on.
Well, if this is the case, then I would suggest that the first order of business for the task force is to convene and change their charter.
May I please, Mr. Chairman, I have it right here.
Go ahead.
It's a charter, April 2011, to the purpose of the Community Event Center Solutions Task Force is to identify and develop possible solutions for a future course of action for the Rood Community Center building and bring its finding to the Pahrump Town Board within a 6-month period. So that charter was part of the agenda, and it was approved. And it has a task force composition, which is the task force shall consist of 9 voting members with 2 alternates who shall be appointed by the Pahrump Town Board. There shall be 2 town board members and 1 county commission member who will serve as members of the task force. The task force will be made up of a broad geographical representation of the Pahrump Valley. Selected citizen members will have no prior involvement in the Rood Center building design, engineering, or construction between 1968 and 2011. And then it goes into officers, subcommittees, administrative support, authority, meetings and documentation, committee actions, task force responsibilities. So it's a pretty detailed charter, sir.
Mr. Darby, you can go on with the motion, and what we'll do is research the minutes tomorrow, but I actually don't think, and I could be wrong, and I'm going to put that out there, I could be wrong. I don't think it was approved by the town board, chartered. It was just created with Mr. Calkin and Mrs. Parker put on it. That's what I recall.
That's what
But
I
can-
recall
I will
also.
check the minutes tomorrow, and I will email everybody those minutes so we can clarify this, but
I'm also curious as to how we would approve that, because we've had a policy that all of the advisory boards have the same bylaws. And the bylaws are 7 people with 2 alternates.
Mr. Darby.
This is.
Mr. Darby, this isn't, it's set up as a advisory board. It's set up as a task force that was separate and not an advisory board. So there is a confusion there, and I believe the request to have Mr. Culkin and Mrs. Parker be the two members was made by myself, requesting your expertise to sit on that task force. So that was part of it, but not the complete. And if the minutes so read, then the minutes are incorrect, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
What I would like to suggest is to go ahead and approve these individuals to this task force, have them convene, and have them look at their charter and determine then if they wish to modify, edit, change their charter.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out that only 8 people put in for this, and then with the 2 board members, that makes 10. And you said 9 people would be on this board, 9 voting people, plus 2 alternates, that's 11. We don't have enough people to fulfill what you were looking for anyway.
You have too many people. Yep.
That's what was passed, sir, so if it needs to be amended, I believe, that, again, that the task force could convene, look at their charter, and come back with recommendations for any changes.
Okay, that sounds fair to me. So what we would do is pass this and ask them to convene and look at their charter.
Thank you.
Or revise it.
Any further comment? Dr. Waters?
No, it sounds good to me.
Staff?
I'm trying to get on the internet to pull up the minutes as we speak, but it's not allowing me, so, yeah, whatever you deem necessary, Mr. Darby and the board.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table, so we'll open this up to public comment.
George Ginjal again. You have the report from the environmental company, I can't remember the name of it, last meeting. I guess it was really a thick thing, and it told you it was the cheapest way to do it was $82,000 and some change. So what do you need a task force for? Hire a contractor, get them in there, get the building back in order, and then we can have the meetings there. I don't see why you need to have another task force or another advisory board or anything else. You already got the information. Why don't you use it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Darby, if I may interrupt for a second. What date was that to Mrs. Indersby through the chair?
It was in April. I'm sorry, it was an April meeting. I don't have the exact.
We're on the internet and we're trying to find it right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking for it, too.
Thanks for being included as part of this. And I'd like to say I heard what Harley said. I think we might be one number short, so maybe all the interested party without naming alternates, we'll get it discussed at our first convening. Something of that nature, because it seems to me we're going to be one short if the number's 9. If it's 7, then we got one extra. But so anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just quickly, they'll have a quorum, so they'll be able to conduct business even without a full contingent.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Dave Stevens, prompt citizen taxpayer. I have a little knowledge in construction myself, believe it or not. Sounds to me like you people are going about this like a high school project. George is right. You want to bring somebody in there who knows something. You're going to get in there and start fighting and all kinds of stuff. I know if I was mixed up in it, I'd get in an argument right away. No question in my mind. You got to get professionals for that kind of work. That lady, this environment lady here, said $83,000. Hell, that's chicken feed. Compared, you people are not. You mean to tell me you send a citizen up on that roof and he fall down and break his neck or something? You got to get professionals for that kind of stuff. As far as that foundation, we could put Vicky under there and tie a rope around her foot and she can go in there and kill them bugs. The foundation, no comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anybody else for public comment?
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
Yeah, we found it, and we're going, it actually created a resolution 2011-04, so we're pulling up a 2011-04.
That was what I was thinking of, the resolution. Mm. Mm.
You know, as my understanding is the way, I mean, this is not an advisory board, this is a task force, so it might fall under a total different category, but under the ways that we have created things in the past, that the first meeting that a board, advisory, otherwise, when they first get together, even the town board, when our first meeting in January, the first thing we do is elect our officers. So I believe that what should take place is that we should just go ahead and blanket these individuals in there as on the agenda item. That's already short people, that this committee, task force, board, whatever you want to call it, should convene and decide for themselves the order, the pecking order for themselves.
And now that we know what resolution it is, Mr. Darby, we would definitely email it to everybody tomorrow.
I appreciate that. So we have a motion on the table to appoint the members of the Community Task Force and all matters properly related thereto as outlined in the agenda item. Okay?
No,
No?
no, I
All right.
want to stay with my original motion.
Motion to appoint the members of the Community Task Force, all matters properly related thereto, members of which will be Commissioner Butch Boraski, Cheryl Beeman, Michael Mack, Mr. Edgar Anderson, Mr. Kenneth Bent, Mr. Butch from Clendendum with Samuel Jones and Billy Urum as alternates.
Yes. And Mr. Culkin.
That's not on here. And Mr. Culkin. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1. Yeah, I'm just that way. Me? Possible decision to approve the second Federal Aviation Administration FAA grant for the completion of Phase 2 of the Environmental Impact Statement, EIS, for the proposed Plum Valley Airport in the amount of $600,000, in which the town contribution is 5% or $30,000. Mr. Kohlbarger.
How are we doing tonight?
Wonderful.
Thank you. The FAA contacted us a little bit ago, as it states in my backup, that we now need to move forth with Phase 2 of the grant process, which they then advised me that we could go for $600,000. So I filled out all the paperwork, sent it to them. They approved it pending your guys' vote, and then sending it up their flagpole, their chain of command. The only difference is now the FAA, most of them are on furlough because their budget didn't pass, as you got my email on. However, in speaking with our consultants and with speaking with prior FAA before this happened, it was their recommendations to please go forth, hopefully approve it tonight, make sure the paperwork is there, which it is. I will send in tomorrow, if you guys approve it, that it was approved to the individual we've been dealing with, Mr. Pomeroy at the FAA. And even if the grant is denied because their budget is not accepted and they have to do other stuff, at least our paperwork will be there, and it will be on file, and it will be on the top of the file. So therefore, once they do get funding, then we will be at the top of the list and hopefully one of the first ones to get the funding. But if we vote not to approve this tonight, and the FAA does come back and get their funding sometime in the near future, then we will be jeopardizing the airport project that we have been working on for 13+ years, and this particular town board has voted on 2 grants to move forward, Phase 1A and Phase 1B. I would take any questions and comments if you have any.
I would like to start out with, in the statement, the fiscal impact, this $30,000 is available in the economic development room tax?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
I would just like make a motion to approve a second Federal Aviation Administration grant for the completion of Phase 2 of the environmental impact statement for the proposed Pahrump Valley Airport in the amount of $600,000, in which the town's contribution is 5% or $30,000.
I second that motion.
Any further comment? Mr. Calkin?
I would just say that someday I'm hopeful that there'll be an industrial area there, providing jobs for people on this property. So we just got to keep moving forward and hope for the best.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I had an opportunity while I was in Washington to speak with senior staff from Senator Reed's office, who has supported the airport for many years, in asking their assistance in making sure that when the FAA does come to some resolution on their contract negotiations, that our grant can be moved forward quickly, and to make sure that we have the benefit of their assistance in doing that. And they were more than willing to look at a lengthy file that we have with them, because it's been going on for over 10 years, if I'm correct. But with that, they did advise that it's not going to be an easy process. It's not going to be made easier because of just negotiations, things that are going on in Washington right now. Without the ability for them to work together, and approval of something like this impacts, obviously, all of us. So sometimes when we see the dysfunction that goes on in our national level as well as here oftentimes locally, it just stops this kind of thing that could help. And it's so important, if any of us at all see the benefit of having this regional airport and the development of an industrial park close by, that would be a research industrial park, but something that could also be beneficial to the economic development here. We need to contact our legislators and let them know the importance of it, and support these kind of things on a national level. So I can only encourage that we see that this is so key to how we can better assist our neighbors in the community as well as the county, and work together on accomplishing something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
Nothing really, except that we do need to move on with it. Thank you.
Anything from staff?
Yes, I'd like to thank Mrs. Endersby for, when she was in Washington, to stepping up and going to Senator Reid and his staff and attempting to work this into the system. And thank you, Mrs. Endersby, for doing that. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there any public comment?
This might be a bit unusual. George Sossman, I'm the chairman of the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Board. I would recommend to you that you take the Phase 1 stuff and provide it to us to review, because you don't have anybody else reviewing this stuff for the environmental impact statement. And then when Phase 2 does come through, that you also send it to our board. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
And certainly, you have the expertise, and that is very important on the environmental protection end of it. And the staff at Senator Reid's office ask about that, and there is part of what is in the planning for that environmental protection, and Mr. Kobarger has those details, but certainly the advisory board needs to look at that and broaden the discussion out, so thank you.
Originally on our board, by the way, we were represented with Dr. Tony Hechanova, who sat on Reid's board at UNLV.
Thank you.
Well, if they got to deal with the BLM on that archaeologist for the BLM, I feel sorry for these people.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote to approve a second Federal Aviation Administration grant for the completion of Phase 2 of the environmental impact statement for the proposed Pahrump Valley Airport in the amount of $600,000, in which the town's contribution is 5% or $30,000. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1. Yeah. Yeah. Item number 15, discussion possible decision to establish timelines, processes, and responsibility for conducting annual town managers' performance evaluation per Pahrump Town Board Policy 11.1 to 11.4 for the purpose of determining town managers' pay and contract negotiations and all matters properly related thereto. Ms. Endersby.
Well, I have no real statement to make other than that this is something that's our responsibility to do, and it's a timely thing to do now, where it's a responsibility that we have, and we need to move forward and start the process. So the purpose of the agenda item was solely to start the process of the evaluation, to give some information as to some possible formats that can be utilized, and invite the board to give their input into the process of looking at the format and timelines and deciding how we're going to move forward with it.
Thank you. Any comment from the board? Ms. Parker.
Yeah, I suspect it's time to do something on this. You've got a couple of different forms there, and the form that I prefer is the one that we've used the previous 2 times. It's very easy to use. If I remember right, I could even do it on my computer.
Mr. Culkin.
Which form are you referring to? Is the first one in here?
No, not that one. That one, I like that one. It's very easy to...
Mrs. Parker is referring to the second evaluation that's in your packet.
Looks like that.
Quick and easy.
Any comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I was waiting for you. Ms. Endersby.
Just a comparison of the two. When I looked at the this format for the board's information and the completed evaluations, I think it's thorough. I think it has the information that would be helpful for a complete evaluation. My concern was that the tabulation can be, I think, skewed if one or two town board members decide to score on a very high level or on a very low level. So it's not a, to me, it's not a format that is kind of foolproof, you know, that you can get a good overview without the concern that somebody is just, as we have a tendency to do when we're asked to go from 1 to 5 and think that we can just put all 1s or all 5s and not really give it a true weighted value. So that's the only concern. And the first one, just for your information too, does give an ability to give more of a comment section and give recommendations perhaps under those comments for goals and objectives, because we are going to have to move next into establishing goals and objectives. So it is helpful to have something that we can get that information at the same time.
Oh, this will.
Dr. Waters?
Yes. Having done a lot of evaluations over the years, I think I would look for thoroughness instead of easiness, as I think it's very important when we talk about somebody else's life and livelihood that we don't look for the ease of things, but we look for something that's going to provide the information that we really need to work with. And I look at set number 1, and it provides for clear expectations with comments, also asks for objectives for accomplishments in the next evaluation period. When I looked at section number 2, the one that Ms. Parker talked about, it's just too generic, and I think what Ms. Indersby said, it could be skewed so easily. But I think set number 1 would provide us what we really need, and not only us, but for any future town board that looks at it, they would know exactly what we're talking about instead of wondering what we meant by putting a number in a block or a check in a block. So I would vote for set number 1 for that very reason. Clear expectations with comments, and I think the comments would make it very important. And again, let me add too that the chairman is the one that would have to consolidate this to get it together according to the information that we received in here.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd just like to clarify for Dr. Waters quickly that that section of this sample for the board's consideration would have to be changed to comply with the open meeting law. And so it won't quite work maybe as you're reading it now, but as the board chooses a method, I'll be here to help you comply with the open meeting law.
And that brings up a very good point, because I thought that earlier in the year when we were talking about contract negotiations and whatnot, that the legal counsel was actually going to prepare a form for us.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any recollection of that, frankly.
No, it would be Mr. Campbell.
We do.
Okay, but I can't set the terms of what the board would like to evaluate the town manager on, but I'm here to help you comply with the open meeting law and work through any legal issues that the board might have in kind of establishing a set of criteria for your consideration.
And we appreciate that. Ms. Parker, you had another comment?
Yeah, I just don't understand why one set could be skewed and the other can't, because you can go on the first set and circle all 9s or all 1s and skew it just as easily. So I don't get that part.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to that.
Yeah, please.
Please do.
When we have one that's 1 through 9, it's easier to break it up, and the other is 1 through 5. So a 3 versus a 5, again, it just makes a clearer picture. If you're breaking it out 1 through 9 versus 1 through 5, 1 through 9 makes a clearer picture.
I don't get it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Calkin.
I have a very vague recollection, but being as it was Mr. Kohlbarger's contract, you may remember, I thought we broke the percentages down to a lot lesser variance here. I remember something like that, and these don't, either one of these don't seem to fit. And then it's a one-year contract, so it seems kind of strange we were sitting there. Please identify at least 3 objectives when we're only going to do one evaluation per this one contract that he has. So I don't know. I'm thinking that neither one of these kind of really would apply in a way. Because I know there was something I'm not quite remembering, but I know there was a percentage because I remember talking to Dr. Waters, where we were going back and forth and saying, well, for this one evaluation period for this one contract, you know, I would go along with the lesser numbers here we could choose from, whereas if it was a long-term contract, I remember something like that, that I would go with more options, and I can't remember exactly. Maybe Mr. Kohlbarger remembers. But
I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please.
One, Mrs. Enders be invited to town board to make comments on an evaluation form. Pursuant to 11.1, town manager, prompt town board policy, town manager evaluation, 11.1 states, the town board and the town manager shall jointly develop the performance evaluation process and criteria to be used. I would like to be part of that, since I don't want to violate the policy, especially since it says jointly. And number 2, if you're going to pick a form, you want to go 1 through 9, that'd be fine, because my contract basically states, and Mr. Calkin was trying to refer to it, that I'd be graded on a 1 through 5, and anything above a 3 would be passing, anything below a 3 would be failing. So if you want to move it up to 9, we'll keep it in my contract as 1 through 5, so I'm guaranteed a passing.
That's what you were thinking about.
I like that clarification. So that kind of limits us to the second form.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't limit you, but again, referring to Pahrump Town Board policy, 11.1, it shall jointly develop the performance evaluation process, not one-sided develop it and force it on the other, jointly develop it, and I strongly recommend that I be part of that process.
So in a situation like this would be one of those deals where, because the only time that we can meet is in a quorum, that if we were going to jointly suggest forms and forms for using to critique your skills and ability, that maybe we should table this, send our suggestions to you to compile and send out, because you're the only one that can send it to all of us, and then we can bring this back at the following meeting.
That sounds nice to me.
Does that make the timeline for the policy?
And another thing, which, timeline for policy, 11.2, town board and town managers shall annually define and provide in writing goals and objectives of performance that they determine necessary for the proper operation of the town board and the attainment of the town board's policy objectives. This new contract started July 1st. I think it's more important to put together the goals and objectives for you guys to actually grade me on than worrying about the performance evaluation at this present time. That's just my personal opinion. If you don't give me clear direction and goals and objectives, the evaluation is worthless.
That's true.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms.
Yes, I believe the catch-22 that we're in is that previous boards did not do the evaluation process on a timely fashion. We have no recent evaluations to base goals and objectives on, and therefore it seemed appropriate to do an evaluation so that goals and objectives can be established. The goals and objectives that I have read have, go back a number of years, have not been followed up on as far as any knowledge that they were completed, not completed, the status of those evaluations and goals, the goals and objectives that were set by those previous boards were never reviewed or in any way evaluated. So we're really at a void in being able to set goals and objectives, I believe, unless we do an evaluation where we know what it's like, almost a new employee, where you need to establish the evaluation to move forward.
Well,
And with that, I do feel an evaluation is appropriate, and then to do goals and objectives after that. In fact, I did ask legal if that was a process that could be followed, and I believe the answer was yes. Is that correct?
Ms. Indersby, through the chair, maybe we'd have to clarify what you mean and what you anticipate. If I may, though, quickly, since I have this opportunity.
Clarify what?
Can you restate your question on the goals and objectives?
I
on the
believe I had a
process?
conversation with you that I asked if we did the evaluation first, would that be appropriate, and then do the goals and objective after that, just because of what I stated, that we really have nothing concrete to go on at this point.
Ms. Indersby, through the chair, I think that would depend on what you're evaluating the town manager on. I'm looking at the town manager evaluation form, the second set that Ms. Parker referenced, and maybe this is a good opportunity for me to interact with you on seeing how you want to go forward. I'm looking at this and I see 27 extra categories for evaluation on the second form, but I think Dr. Waters and yourself may like the added room in the comment section. Is that right? Is that what you're looking for? And maybe we can just add more room to these sections, because the second form complies with the town manager's contract, has a 5-point scale. The town manager may want to work on it and do some more joint development, and I'll let him speak for himself. But
Well, I appreciate that, but again, if we were to look at the last evaluation form that was done on a 1 to 5, the one that I have a copy of has a 2.6 averaged score. Based on that, it does not meet the threshold criteria. So of at least having a 3%, I believe is what the contract said.
well, Ms. Indersby, I just don't understand on how that has a bearing on this board's evaluation.
What I'm getting to setting the goals and objectives. If we were to go off of any previous evaluations to set goals and objectives, it would it seems like there wouldn't be a purpose to.
Mr. Darby?
I've got to state my piece here. As somebody that's, I can't see how an employer can evaluate somebody before they tell them what their job is. And the goals and objectives is to tell him what you expect in the future. It's not what to expect in the past. So as a new hire, basically, because of the new one-year contract, what we need to do is outline what we as a board for the town want you to do in the upcoming year, or the time left in the contract, and then after a set amount of time, evaluate on your performance of the goals that we set out for you from this point forward. Is that anywhere close to?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, if you're asking me that question,
Mr.
yes.
Colbert.
Yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I mean, it
Mis-
states in the contract, that the written evaluation shall be completed and delivered to the employee no later than January 31st. Now you want to change the contract, or Mrs. Indersby wants to change the contract. She wants to do an evaluation, then do goals and objectives. My question to Mrs. Indersby through the chair is, what are you going to evaluate me on?
Mr. Chair?
Without proper,
I believe it would be on what's the contract has stated is the expectations within the contract. But I have to ask again to legal. When I presented this and I asked the question, can we do the evaluation before the goals and objective? And I got back the answer of yes, we could do that. I'm asking you why now, we have all of a sudden not the same answer that I'm hearing. So
Ms. Zendersby, through the chair, I don't remember that conversation, but we've had several hours of conversation on this point, and we've talked about several issues. The town board has a set of goals and objectives from a previous contract. I believe that it's up to the board to determine how they would like to evaluate the town manager. And what's the will of the board? I don't think it's appropriate to evaluate him on goals and objectives that we don't have. But if you're evaluating him on, does the town manager anticipate needs and recognize potential problems? I don't see a problem with that.
Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Darby. I don't see how you can evaluate someone and then set the goals. You set the goals first and you evaluate them on the basis, did they meet your goals and objectives? You've got the cart before the horse here. And there's no way that I could agree to do an evaluation in order to set goals. You need to set goals in order to do an evaluation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, then I would suggest we set our timelines, process, and responsibilities for conducting the annual performance evaluation based on, first, doing our goals and objectives then.
Very good.
And I will so move. You weren't listening, were you?
Yes.
No, I was listening.
It's just, Ms. Zendersby, I don't think it's on the agenda. That's the only.
I can, what, you mean I can't amend this to bring in, because it's under timelines, process, and responsibility?
Doesn't say goals.
Is this why the last town board wasn't able to do evaluations and goals and objectives?
First of all, the last town board did do goals and objectives, Mrs. Endersby, through the chair. They were outlined. I can show them to you. I can show you the accomplishments that were created and done by myself and staff. I can also show you the 2010 and 2009 evaluations that were completed. Last year's evaluation was completed by 4 members. One of them chose not to turn it in. And that's why it wasn't accepted pursuant to the contract, because one member chose not to do it, and that was Mr. Maruzio. Everybody else did it.
I understand there were 2.
No, Mr. Darby turned his in. His was done. It was actually turned into the wrong person, if I remember correctly, turned it into Mrs. Shoup instead of Mrs. Bostwick, but he actually did do an evaluation. Am I correct, Mr. Darby?
That is correct. And one of the nice things was that the goals and objectives, as you met them or were expecting to meet them, were incorporated in your town manager's report.
Correct, sir. And if you don't give me additional goals and objectives, and we can work on something that Mr. Darby and Mrs. Parker's board gave me. The first board that I was hired gave me like 29 goals and objectives, and Mr. Darby and Mrs. Parker's board gave me, I believe it was 17 or 21 goals. So basically I was working on, 58 goals to get done, and they were grading me on those, and I would give them updates on those goals and objectives. Is that the way you remember, Mr. Darby?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
And again, if you want to just go by those goals and objectives, that's fine, because I'm still working on a lot of those, trying to bring them forth, but most of them, 50% has been completed. Some of them were unrealistic, and it was even stated that way. And now with the budget constraints, a few more have been unrealistic. But I would prefer this town board, because it is a completely different town board, to give me some goals and objectives. And I mentioned this in February. I would have no problem. We can get it done in 30 days and go on it, and then you'd have 5 months to evaluate on what I've done, plus the 6, 7 months you've evaluated me already on what I have done without goals and objectives from this board.
Well, that puts a good
I want
timeline
the
to it.
system to be fair, and I don't think it's being fair at this present time, and I'm going to state that. I'm sorry. I don't think I can be graded on something that you haven't given me to do yet. I agree with Mr. Darby and I agree with Mrs. Parker. I want goals and objectives. Yeah, or you're going to state that go on the past goals and objectives, but you're going to state goals and objectives. And I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit straightforward and nasty here, Mr. Darby, but as Mr. Waters, Dr. Waters said, it's my career and my livelihood on the line here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Colvin.
The way I see this is, it says here we're supposed to complete an annual evaluation by January 31st. I look at some of these questions here, I could answer basically quite a lot of them, but if I'm not including, was it task and objectives or whatever you said, then obviously my answers are sort of impartial. And I mean by that they're not complete, because I'm not evaluating more things that I could. It seems what we need to be doing here is come up with a list, and I don't think it should be a real long list. Maybe we all put in suggestions and come to a consensus of maybe 10 tasks and so on, and then we have, say, 6 months now that he would be dealing with those directions, and then when we get to the evaluation, we see how that all plans out. I'd like a little explanation of tasks and objectives, because are we talking about, we look at some ways Mr. Kohlbarger deals with something, we like to see a change in that, or are we talking about we would like him to take on some new tasks, so to speak, or whatever? I'd like that a little more clarified as to exactly what that means, what the suggestions would be.
Actually, that's it. You set out a task for him to complete, like continuing working on the airport, breaking ground on some new project, cleaning up the town, moving forward with graffiti removal. It's whatever you feel that the town manager should be working towards.
Okay, so it would not include, let's say, and I'm not saying I have anything in mind, but let's say I observe that he does something a certain way and I'd like him to do it a different way, so that would not include an idea like that? I'm just trying to make sure what,
Actually, I believe one of the suggestions that was made by the previous board was anger management classes.
Okay. So it could include, I think you should wear green ties to work instead of red ones. I mean, basically that could a goal or something.
Other than the fact that we don't have a dress code, yes.
Okay.
And in fact, I only wear one green tie, and that's in Christmas time, and it has Santa Claus on it.
What about St.
Chair?
Patrick's Day?
The town board policy does detail out in that under 11 town manager evaluation, 11.1 is that the town board and the town manager shall jointly develop the performance evaluation process and criteria to be used. That is 11.1. 11.2, which again, it seems to me that it was put in order of importance. 11.2, the town board and town manager shall annually define and provide in writing the goals and performance objectives that they determine necessary, and this is for Mr. Culkin's clarification here, for the proper operation of the town of Pahrump and the attainment of the town board's policy objectives. So it's based on policy objectives that we set, that we're asking the town manager to assist in providing the operation to make that policy happen. So we don't go into, as Mr. Kohlbarger has said, we aren't going to say that he has to have 10 staff meetings or something like that. That's up to him. But we do want to say that we have a policy that staff will have regular communication, and that communication will be communication that goes out to the town board when policy is going to be impacted or when we need to know what they're doing that affects policy or that needs a policy decision. So it's more on a policy setting basis that we would do the objectives and goals. And is that not clear within our board policies. The town board, in number 3, is responsible to review and evaluate the performance of the town manager at least once annually. Based on the evaluation, the town board shall make determinations regarding town manager pay treatment and contract negotiations. So those two have to be done theoretically before a contract is done. We didn't do that because we didn't have the time frame to do that, but they both need to be done. So the timelines of what needs to be done is what Mr. Kobarger is stating. He feels needs to be number 1 instead of what's stipulated here. Town board members shall create a performance evaluation for the town manager. That's what we're asking to have happen right now. Distribute the evaluation to the entire board, and that's what we're asking, to have that format decided on. Have the town board clerk oversee the summary of the findings to be presented to the town manager by the town board chair. And that needs to be an open meeting, that information is shared with not only the town board, but in a transparent way at a town board meeting. So we meet open meeting laws, and because of his position, it is something that's not done in closed session, it's done in open session. Provide an opportunity for the town manager to discuss the evaluation with the board within 30 days of its completion. So we do have some already stipulated timelines, and evaluation is a big part of that whole process. So it's up to the board, of course, if goals and objectives need to be first, but either way, those two functions have to be completed.
How about a motion?
Ms.
Can I make
Parker?
a motion? I would like to table this item, move to table this item, and hopefully bring back goal setting on the next agenda. Could you put that on the next agenda? And we can set the goals, and then we can worry about setting a timeline for evaluation, because we've got to give him a little time to accomplish some of these goals before we can evaluate him. So I would like to move that we just table this item for now and work on goals next.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any comment from staff?
I'll comment first. Mr. Chairman, if I may, will the town, just anticipating the order of how this is going to work, will the town board members come prepared with seeing the agenda item in advance, whomever sponsors it, with their own goals and objectives, to openly talk about that at the next meeting? Is that what's anticipated by Ms. Parker's motion?
Oh, yes, we could do that, or in the past, we've submitted written ones, and they're brought back at the next meeting, so that everybody has a chance to present their goals, and then we hash them out. And I think I would prefer that way, because then it gives you time to look at everybody's goals and see if you can combine them and study them, that sort of thing. And I believe, I'm putting words in his mouth, but I do believe that's what Mr. Kobarger meant when he said we could get this done in a month.
Again, I apologize for being a little bit over the top, but again, as Dr. Waters stated, it's my career and my livelihood on the line. To the town board, we can do both at once. Mrs. Indersby wants to develop a performance evaluation. That's what it states in 1. Number 2, as she eloquently stated, you define goals and objectives. 3, then you evaluate me on doing those goals and objectives. And 4, then you meet with me to discuss those. So we can do both next meeting. We can develop a performance evaluation, give me what you guys want in a performance evaluation, but I do have a right to jointly develop it. I'll put my comments in, we can put it all back, discuss it in open session. The next item on the agenda could be discussion of goals and objectives, and I really think we need to do that. And I would like to hear from each and every one of you. Give me 5 or 10 goals and objectives in the next 2 weeks. I'll put it on the agenda. We, as Mrs. Parker stated, we can then discuss an open meeting, choose those, and bring them back for vote. And I can move on and get all of them completed in the next few months.
Very good.
And just for legal clarification, Chair, if I may, the board's required to jointly develop these performance evaluations with the town manager, and I think that's what's going on now. Though it's my opinion that these goals and objectives do not need to be in place from a legal perspective before an evaluation takes place. That's at the discretion of the board, and I'm hearing that board members want that to happen in that order, which is perfectly okay. But just so you know, I was looking through the evaluation form, and almost everything doesn't rely on goals and objectives. But to the extent that the board wants to base their evaluation on those goals and objectives in a joint fashion with the town manager, I think that's appropriate. I was just looking at subsection 7I, and it says, does the town manager clearly communicate expectations to contract organizations to implement town goals and policies? So that one question does implicate town goals and objectives. Just for the board's edification and clarification, if this wasn't clear when I spoke previously.
Thank you. Where was I at? Went through the board, did staff. Yeah.
Motion to table.
So there's a motion on the table to table it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Which way did you go?
We'll take a break and let us know.
Motion carries 3-1-1.
Can't do that.
We can't abstain? Okay, 4-1.
Thank you, because if he abstains, he has to give a reason. It's got to be a valid reason, sir, so he did the right thing. Thank you. I didn't mean he did the right thing. I meant that he voted, yes, he voted. That's what he was supposed to have done.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the board and the chair for the indulgence in getting this discussion going. It's something that we need to do, and somewhere it has to be started. So I appreciate the fact that we're starting the process. Thank you.
Item number 16, discussion possible decision to approve the change of the wording of the town board policy section 6.3.3 to allow more latitude for the vice chair and assigning members to review the payment vouchers.
That's Dr. Thompson.
It is. I got to catch up to it. Dr. Waters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Currently, we're looking at the payment vouchers, and we receive copies at each town board meeting. They are being done, but we have a policy on exactly how it should be done. And let me just go ahead and read the backup. It says everything right here. Current policy is restrictive on the vice chair and does not allow for flexibility to ensure for the adequate review of the payment vouchers. This requested change would also allow for town board members to volunteer in order to gain proficiency in this area. It would also allow the town board an easier task in following its own policy. The overall policy should be, and I've stated this before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And many times, I guess in the military, we did the same thing. We fix things and fix things and fix things when we don't really need to do it. I said if it ain't broke, don't fix it, while allow for tinkering when necessary. Section 6.3.3 currently reads, the vice chair shall oversee the appointment of 2 board members to review vouchers prior to each regular board meeting. The review assignment will be rotated among the board members every 3 months. To allow the vice chairman flexibility in the voucher review assignment, I propose the following wording for section 6.3.3. Requested be changed to read, the vice chair shall oversee the appointment of 2 board members to review vouchers prior to each regular board meeting. The review assignment will be rotated every 3 months among the board members who volunteer. At the end of March, June, September, and December, the vice chair will ask if any other board member would like to volunteer for assignment. This assignment can be renewed for the next 3 months, 3-month period, if no other volunteer requests the assignment. it should also be understood that any town board member may review the payment vouchers, whether assigned or not. And I make a motion that we make that change.
May I speak on this?
Certainly.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a motion. Not yet. Is there a second on this?
No, I'd like to speak on it first.
The motion dies for lack of a second.
I'm glad that Dr. Tom brought this, Dr. Waters brought this up, because in the past, this has been a major problem with people being assigned to do the vouchers and then they don't come, or they volunteer and they get bored with it after twice, and it becomes a huge problem for staff to start calling people at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon in desperation trying to get somebody to come in. And I'm not saying that it would happen with this board, but it's been a major problem in the past, and human nature being what it is, it's going to happen again. Last year, there was no change at all. The same two people reviewed the vouchers all year long, and it just simplified matters. I think that this is too complicated, Tom, Dr. Waters, excuse me. What I would like to see is for you to make it very simple, and on section 6.3.3 that currently says, the vice chair shall oversee the appointment of 2 board members to review vouchers prior to each regular board meeting. I would go in the next sentence where it says the review assignment will be rotated. I would like you to just simply change it to may, and then use your very last sentence. It should also be understood that any town board member may review the payment vouchers, whether assigned or not. And I thought that that was known. I encourage you all to come in and look at them. It's just nice not to have to. But could I talk you into amending your motion that way and making it very simple?
The motion died, so if you want to make a new motion.
Well, I'm looking, it's Dr. Tom's item. How about if we revise
I would agree with that, Ms. Parker. Go ahead.
Revise section 6.3.3 to read, the vice chair shall oversee the appointment of 2 board members to review vouchers prior to each regular board meeting. The review assignment is going to be changed to may be rotated among the board members every 3 months. It should also be understood that any town board member may review the payment vouchers, whether assigned or not.
I would like to see you add the volunteer part in there as well, so anybody can volunteer to be one of the assigned, if they choose to.
Well, the reason I would rather you not formalize that is, going back to 2 years ago, we had volunteers didn't show up. And so you don't have to formalize it, but if you want to volunteer, I'll assign you. I'm just trying to make it very simple and easy.
And I just want us to follow our policy. Whatever it is, follow our policy.
I need a second.
I second it.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The purpose of having 2 town board members sign those vouchers is to ensure that we don't see anything going on funny, so to speak. And I think that by having too many people changing all the time, signing it, we're negating that purpose. I can say now that I've done it for 6 months that I start seeing patterns of things, and it leads to other questions, and I go to staff many times asking for a question. Because I am obligated to this. I show up every time and I'm going to do the job. I'm afraid that if we keep getting different people in, we're defeating the whole idea of why we do this. And if we keep, let's say I did it for 3 months and then I don't do it for 3 months, and I'm going to forget things and I'm not going to see these patterns. And the whole purpose of us being there to ensure that things are right, that could be slipped past us. And every board member is welcome to go in there at their own leisure and look at these things. So that, and if you see something, you bring it to the board's attention. So it's I don't see that by rotating people around that we're going to accomplish anything, and everybody is free to go look at it. I think it's very important that the same people stick with it, and that's how familiarity helps ensure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Because like I said, the more I do it, the more oh yeah, and I saw that last time. Wait a minute, how come it's different? And I'm starting to see things, but that happens with time, and that's going to be negated if I do it for 3 months and then I don't do it. Someone else does it. So that's just my thought on it.
I can appreciate that, but I also look at it as a check and balance type of situation where if we're rotating the people that are looking at this, even though they may not be familiar with the day-to-day operations and the way there's a pattern of things,
I guess
I think it's less likely for an opportunity for corruption.
There is no perfect solution to this, other than actually that no matter who signs it, we all go in every month and take a look, or every meeting and look at it. And if we're not all going to do that, then there is no actual perfect answer.
Yeah, we encourage you to look at it.
But, whatever. I got plenty to do anyway, so whatever.
Ms. Endesby?
I'm most appreciative of any volunteer that decides to take upon themselves a responsibility. It was my understanding that when you were elected to this position, that you had a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that monies were expended correctly